ahead and call us to order. This is the work session of the West Lafayette Community School Corporation Board of Trustees, and Mrs. Mumford has been in touch and is having a train issue, so she will be a moment or two late, but I'm sure she knows how to find the live stream. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mrs. Kronk.
So, as you know, tonight we are doing the, and there's Miss Mumford. Good timing. Tonight is the budget workshop for the 2026 budget. So I will start, as I have the past couple of years, and share the specifics of the 2026 budget. And then Mr. Reuter will then come on, and he's joining us via Zoom tonight to share the fiscal plan, the long-term fiscal plan, and kind of how everything plays together. So I have a theme for every budget every year, if you remember, and the theme this year is there's more changes to come. As always, we have a lot of changes, but it seems like we have a lot of changes that are coming down the pike here in the next couple of years. So you have a handout of the actual presentation, and then you also have the exhibits that I typically give you every year as well, and I'll just go over those really quickly for you. The first one is the ADM history and funding history. So that's broken down by fall and spring ADM numbers. And those are ADM numbers, what we actually receive state funding for in state tuition support. I give you the foundation funding and the complexity funding per student. If you notice in 25-26, our foundation funding went up, but our complexity funding went down. Complexity funding did go down for most schools across the state of Indiana because they did say that poverty went down in the state of Indiana, what they're basing the numbers on for the next 2 years, okay? And then I also have told you that curricular materials funding, that $158 per student was wrapped into foundation. I have taken it out here for purposes of comparing apples to apples so that you can see what increases we actually did get in foundation and complexity. And so we received a 1.13% increase this year. Next year looks like a 1.48% increase, not considering that $158 for curricular materials funding, taking that out. So I do have an extra couple columns on there to break those out for you, okay? And then you have the history of tables of corporation assessed values. You can see what that looks like. You have our certified tax rates as a total on the next one. You have our, excuse me, our certified levy and budget on the next one. I give you every year the debt service fund totals, what we're actually paying in debt service payments every year, and you have that out through the end of those different debts. And then you have the notice to taxpayers for our capital plan as well as our bus replacement plan as well as your visual aids, okay? So I will jump right in. A lot of this will look familiar if you've been on the board before. I didn't change a whole lot. There are some things that I'll go over again for the purposes of new members that we have this year, and then for anybody in the public who also wants to know. It worked a little bit ago. All right, okay. All right, so let's talk about what is a budget first and foremost, because different budgets mean different things. Personal budgets are different than our budgets. So a governmental budget in the state of Indiana is the process by which tax levies, or property taxes, and appropriations are approved for the following calendar year in certain funds. And we have the education fund, the operations fund, the debt service fund, and the referendum fund here at West Lafayette. Budgets are based upon appropriations. We're asking for permission to spend a certain amount of money, and that's called an appropriation. Does not necessarily mean that it's what cash we have. They won't give us a budget unless we have the cash to cover it. And it doesn't necessarily mean that's what we're going to spend either, okay? It's just permission to spend a certain amount of money. After the public hearing and the board approval process, the last step for any budget is the approval by the Department of Local Government Finance. They approve a total appropriation for each budgeted fund. They do not approve line items, they just approve the total for each fund. And we have the ability to move that appropriation around in each fund to where we actually need to spend it. So we might budget it in certain line items, but those appropriations can move around to other line items within the same budget, within the same fund, okay? So once again, we have a budget adoption calendar that we have to follow, that's set forth in state code. There's certain day limits, things like that we have to meet. So on August 27th, we published the Form 3 Notice to Taxpayers, which lists all of the different funds and what our budgets and tax levies look like. The capital plan and the bus replacement plan, all of those were published on Indiana Gateway, which is the public site where everything is available. And we also publish those on our school corporation website. There is no longer a requirement to publish in the newspaper. That went away about 5 years ago. Okay. On September 8th, today, we have our board work session to discuss the budget. We have a public hearing during our regular meeting for the budgeted funds and the capital expenditure and bus plans tonight. On October 6th, at that meeting, we'll have the budget adoption and adopt the capital expenditures and bus replacement plans, and as well as pass certain resolutions that go along with the budget as well. On October 7th, after you approve everything, I then submit everything, all the required documents to the DLGF for approval on Gateway. And then by December 31st, that is the deadline for the DLGF to actually approve our budgets. And then January 1, if everything goes well, the new appropriations go into effect for the 2026 budget year. So I want to share some realities that we're dealing with right now. We're moving into 2026. Let's talk about state funding first. We increased only by $79.37 per student, or 1.13% for the 25-26 school year. So we went from $6,999.70 to $7,079.07. That's net that curricular materials payment. Our expected increase of $104.89 per student for the 26-27 school year is only a 1.48% increase, net that curricular materials payments. So we're not getting big increases from state tuition support for the next 2 years. Okay. Let's talk about net assessed value. We did talk about that at the last board meeting. There was a little bit better news when actual certified net assessed values came out. But our NAV increases for this district are small compared to other districts that I've talked to. The 2025 regular AV was $1,278,165,000. The referendum was $2,200,947,915. 2026, our regular AV is going up 1.62%. The preliminary actually had it going down, so it's nice to see a little bit of an increase for 26. We went up 1.62% to $1.298 billion, and our referendum AV is going up to $2.356 billion, or 7.09% increase. So while we are seeing an increase in our certified net assessed values for this year, in 2026, we're projected to start seeing decreases after 2026, if you remember from the policy analytics presentation, which will affect our tax rates in the operations fund and the debt service fund. So that's something to keep in mind. And if our referendum AV falls, that means we will get less money in our referendum because it's based on a tax rate. So if the AV is falling, then our tax rate collects less money because it stays at that tax rate. Okay. Our total teacher compensation for 24-25 was approximately $15.542 million. Our total basic tuition support, foundation plus complexity, not the categoricals, was $15.185. So our projections, due to property tax reform, show that we will be dealing with that decreasing net assessed value in the near future, and thus decreasing tax revenue. So financially speaking, knowing all this information, we're kind of moving into a cash conservation mode, okay, to prepare for that coming down the pike. So let's talk about the different funds that we actually budget. And the first fund is the education fund, which is Fund 101 on your fund report. And this fund is mainly funded by the state tuition support payments, or our ADM funding, and other state payments and other miscellaneous revenue, like our tuition that we get from TSC. Any interest, all of our interest that we gain goes into our education fund, except for construction accounts. Any reimbursements that we might get that are education fund related. This fund, the state allows for transfers up to 15% from the education fund to the operations fund. We have not done that here because of our referendum fund. We're able to keep the entire amount of the state tuition support in our education fund and not transfer to our operations fund. Expenses in the education fund are related to educational programs, salaries and benefits for teachers, school building administration, paraprofessionals, special education, the libraries, guidance counselors, and nursing staff all come from the education fund. Any supplies, fees, and contracted services for the classroom come out of here. Any special education supplies and contracted services. Any instructional technology, so salaries and benefits for our IT staff, and instructional software and maintenance. And then what was new in 2025 for this year, curricular materials all now come from the education fund as well. So that was a big change for the 25 budget that continues on to 26. So I'm just going to break down by each fund our revenue and our expenditures that we put into the budget. So the education fund revenue, this is the amount that we budgeted for revenue for transfer tuition and other payments, our investment interest. Interest is still pretty far up there because we hedged pretty well with our certificates of deposit. We have those going out for a few years in case rates start to fall, which they have started to fall. But we have those CDs out there that should still be gaining interest over the next couple of years. School corporation activities, the ECA reimburses our fund, 1,900 other revenue from local sources like reimbursements, and then 3,000 revenue from state sources, which includes our state tuition support, summer school funding, things like that. So we're looking at a total revenue budget of $18.996 million in the education fund. And just a reminder that we do advertise large for budgets so that we get the appropriations that we want. And we can only get the maximum of what we put on that Form 3 notice to taxpayers. So we advertise high to make sure we get what we want, okay? So as far as our budget expenses, I've broken that down by program or department, and then by object or type of expense. So total expenditures we've budgeted for is $19.5 million. Salaries, wages, and benefits make up about 88.7% of that. One of the biggest differences I think with this one is that we're preparing for the dissolution of glass and that we're going to be taking on a lot of those. So we may have more contracted services for special education. So our purchase services are a little bit more than what I would have normally put in other years because of that. Okay. Next major fund, and this is one of the first property tax fund that we'll talk about tonight, is the debt service fund, or Fund 200. This is revenue mainly from property taxes. The levy, or the tax amount that we get, is equal to the amount we need to pay in our bond and lease payments, plus any carryover for the next year's payments, because we're allowed to keep a cash balance to go forward to the next year so we don't start with zero. And that carryover is 15% of total payments for the subsequent budget year, or the first payment, whichever is less. Expenses are purely for the payments that need to be made during the budget year. We don't ask for any extra. It's only for things that we need to pay. And those things include general obligation bonds, lease rental agreements, if we have any interest on short-term debt, like tax anticipation warrants. Last time I had to do a tax anticipation warrant was during COVID, and the state or municipalities weren't necessarily paying out property taxes on time because they delayed when people had to pay because everything shut down. So I took out a tax anticipation warrant for that back in that day. State code requires a board resolution to do that. We will not have one. I don't anticipate needing one. And then common school fund loan repayments as well, which we still have a few of those left. I believe next year will be the last year for our common school fund loan repayments. So I'm excited about that because I'm not a big fan. So, okay. So revenue and expenditures for our debt service fund. We advertised $7.2 million for property taxes with local tax revenue of about $187,000. So total budget revenue is $7.387. Like I said, we budget high to make sure we get what we need. DLGF formulates the actual property tax based upon the formula involving the actual expenditures plus carryover. I'm expecting closer to $7.15 million in the debt service fund. And then expenditures for our bond principal, bond interest. We did our 2024 GO bond last year. Our lease rental payments, common school loans are down to $37,000, so that's really good. And then any bond fees that we have. So total expenditures will be $7.096 million. The next property tax fund we have is the operations fund, or Fund 300, and that is funded once again mainly by property taxes, any other miscellaneous taxes, and facility rental. We are putting our commercial vehicle tax and financial institution tax, at least we're budgeting for that, deposited fully into the operations fund for 2026. As the DLGF has changed how that's done, it doesn't have to be prorated between the funds anymore. We can choose where that goes because our operations fund is in the greatest need of that money. We are budgeting to put all of the CVET and the financial institution tax into the operations fund this year. Expenses and operations are mainly for the operation of the school corporation that support the learning process. So maintenance of our buildings, grounds, and equipment. Central office operations, including superintendent's office, business office, human resources. Utilities come directly out of operations only. Used to be able to have some come out of education fund. We can no longer, or general fund. Obviously, we can no longer do that. Administrative and operational technologies, or IT infrastructure, comes from operations fund. Facilities and land acquisition improvements, say we stripe a parking lot, that comes from operations fund. Transportation expenses and purchase of buses can come from the operations fund. Revenue, we budgeted for $4.7 million in property taxes. Once again, that's high. The DLGF tells us what our max levy can be in our operations fund, but we always advertise it high just to make sure we get that maximum. Okay. Actual max levy from the DLGF is $4.573 million, but our estimated circuit breaker loss is $1.299 million. That includes loss from the new supplemental homestead credit that in 2026 residential homeowners will have on their property tax return. And that is money after the fact. So that's taken after the fact. They're just giving us an amount to budget for. We don't really know what the true amount's going to be. So that amount is approximately $250,000 of that $1.299 million. We applied $800,000 to this fund for budgeting purposes and advertising purposes for the operations fund because we want to get an appropriation, because we always appropriate more in the operations fund just in case an HVAC breaks down or something happens with a roof that needs to be repaired. We want to have those appropriations there if we need them. Okay. Local taxes, once again, we put all the FIT and CVET in there, so it's higher for local taxes of $232,000. We have some other local revenue, reimbursements, things like that, disposal of personal property. Total revenue budget is $4.313. No, it's not. Yes, it is, because circuit breaker loss. That's something I added this year. Because of circuit breaker, we took off that $800,000. Our actual revenue budget on Form 3 is $4.313. And then our expenses, broken down by program or department, and then object. Salaries and wages and benefits are pretty much a pretty decent part of that. Just our basic maintenance, annual maintenance agreements and such, and utilities, and the staff that are covered in operations fund basically takes up whatever revenue we are going to be getting. Okay, so total expenses about $4.6 million. Right. And then lastly, our large one is our operating referendum fund, which is Fund 160 on your fund report. This is solely funded by property tax. This fund taxes, the TIF districts, unlike debt and operations. So what's in the TIF district, the tax increment financing district, our referendum fund, our 37 cents, is applied to that TIF AV. Okay. We use the referendum fund to fund items outlined in our revenue spending plan, which we'll have at the next meeting, which is teacher compensation, including salaries and benefits, and any operational expenditures that support learning, things like custodial and maintenance salaries, wages, and benefits, student transportation related expenditures, such as wages, salaries, and benefits of transportation personnel, And any transportation contracted expenditures that we have, as you know, TSC does the maintenance of our buses, so we do pay for that from there as well. And then our revenue budget, we advertise this pretty high to make sure we get the total amount that we want, the actual levy. We know it's 37 cents as the rate, but we advertise the actual levy high to make sure we get the levy that we need from that 37 cents. So we advertise 9.25 million. We're going to get more like 8.7 million once that certified net AV is actually applied. Okay. And then some local taxes go into that fund as well for a total revenue budget of 9.437 that was advertised. And then our expenses, $10 million in expenses that we're budgeting for, hoping not to use all of that obviously because we advertise high. Educational programs will be 6.5, and then support services will be 3.45 for a total of 10 million. Notice that salaries and wages and benefits are a very large chunk of the referendum fund. The referendum fund mostly pays for people. And so if we lose money in the referendum fund, that's not a good thing. Okay. And then lastly, we have a small rainy day fund, which is Fund 610, and that's funded historically by transfers into the fund from other funds. We have not transferred any since I've been here because we have a lot more leeway between the funds than we used to. But we still have that rainy day fund with a balance. Current balance is $965,325. It can be used to fund any expenditures made during the operation of a school district if an appropriation is budgeted, except you don't pay for salaries from rainy day fund. That's not a good practice. And it must be budgeted in order to use the funds. Another option is you could transfer cash from rainy day into other funds. That's another option. But we traditionally have budgeted about $800,000 in rainy day fund just in case for emergency type expenditures for several years now. So we budgeted $300,000 under support services, which is the 20,000 realm or department, and 40,000 facilities. We budgeted 500,000. And as far as retirement severance, I don't plan on using all of that. We don't really plan on using a lot of the rainy day fund at all, but it's appropriated just in case we do need it. Okay. So just some final comments for you before I leave off and Mike then comes on to do his fiscal plan. We will be dealing with changes made during the most recent legislative session over the next few years, including property tax reform and school funding changes. Not only is our funding from the state limited, but our tax revenue is also becoming more limited, not just because of limited growth in housing and the large amount of AV caught up in our TIF districts, but now we'll be dealing with new tax deductions and tax credits that we've not dealt with previously. For instance, I talked to you about the homestead credit that we'll have after the fact, but we will also be dealing with increasing deductions on the 2% properties, which is typically the rentals. And so while we're getting about 100% of their AV now, we're going to eventually only get a third of their AV. Okay. Being that we are in a city, we have a larger number of taxing units that make up the total tax rate. Thus, total tax rates are higher, which leads to higher circuit breaker loss. So I ask for $4.7 million in my operations fund, but I don't get $4.7 million in my operations fund because of property tax credits. Okay. So less money in our operations fund because of that. Referendum dollars allow us to maintain our current programs and offer competitive wages and benefits to our employees. We keep hitting that home. We're greatly appreciative of our community because of that referendum fund. We wouldn't be able to do what we do without it. And then any changes to student enrollment and net assessed value have large effects on our district, and we're going to be dealing with that over the next few years. Okay. All right. On to Mike and the fiscal update. Mike, you're not on yet. Can we wait until after Mike's done? Yep, okay. And I'll come back up to the microphone, okay?
Good evening, board. I apologize that I'm not there in person this evening. I had a personal family issue come up over the weekend that changed my plans, and I had full intentions of being there. So I apologize that I'm having to zoom in this evening, but hopefully we can accomplish the same goal. And I'm happy to come to another meeting if there are follow-up questions or you need additional information. So Michelle did a great job of kind of summarizing the budget as we advertise the budget and how we go through the budget process. Um, I actually then approach it from a different way and actually build the fiscal plan based on what we actually think might happen with revenues and expenditures as it plays out next year. But before I go there, first wanted to start off with just a couple of legislative comments and just big picture summary of what happened this last spring. That was probably one of the most intense legislative sessions I've participated in over my career. Um, it started off like a freight train and it finished like a freight train. It was very difficult to get much movement. There was so much focus on property tax relief this year that it drove the conversation. The first version of the budget that came out of the Senate reflected the governor's proposed property tax cuts, and those were pretty severe and deep. The Senate began to work with the governor's office trying to come up with something that may not be quite as drastic as the first proposal. And the difference in the Senate version was different than the governor's in the sense the governor was truly cutting property taxes, and the Senate version was really limiting future revenue. And that too was not enough for the governor, and he had been threatening potentially a special session even beyond that. So then it got flipped over to the House, and the chair of House Ways and Means, Representative Thompson, had been working quite some time on a pretty complex piece of legislation of how it affects property tax going forward. And um, ultimately, that is what took the final form of the bill that was passed, with one exception, in that how they got the governor's office over the finish line was they implemented a new property tax homestead credit. And the credit is different than circuit breaker because it's applied after the tax bill is computed. So circuit breaker essentially means if you're in a home and you pay up to 1% and then it's capped unless there's a referendum and you can go beyond that. With the credit, it's going to be applied at the end. And so it's up to 10% or a maximum of $300, and that does take effect in the year 2026. And there were also additional deductions put in place starting in 2026. The homestead deduction, as Michelle already mentioned, is increasing quite rapidly between 2026 and the year 2031. Where we're at right now is a 37.5% deduction. And by the year 2031, that will be a 66.7% deduction. So to use some simple math, if you're living in a $300,000 house, by the year 2031, you will only be calculating that home value on $100,000. And so we're going to see some pretty substantial erosion of our tax base going forward, which is going to impact the most is the referendum fund. They didn't stop there though. They also have eliminated business personal property, anything below $2 million starting in 2027. That doesn't affect the 26 assessed valuation, but starting in 27, any business that has $2 million or less in personal property, they won't have to report it. And also new property that's put in place after January no longer has a floor. Right now, businesses can depreciate down to 30% and then it stops. Any new property put in place after that will be able to be depreciated all the way down to zero. So just in the big picture, there was a lot of attempts to limit property tax going forward. In addition to that, and this is another place where West Lafayette may feel a little more than maybe some of the others, um, uh, rental properties for the first time is going to start having a deduction. They've not had deductions in the past. And in 2026, that starts off at 6%. And by the year 2031, uh, that will grow to 33%. And one of the reasons that's so important is you have a lot of apartment complexes that are inside the TIF allocation area, which currently benefits the referendum fund. And so as those apartment uh, uh, dwellings get a higher and higher deduction, that will erode at our TIF tax base. So unfortunately, schools just did not do very well in this session. When you look at municipalities in the county, um, and even the townships and libraries, there is some ability for them to make up the loss of some of the dollars in the future with additional local option income taxes. Unfortunately, schools don't participate in local option income tax, and there are a few there are a few districts that have been getting local option income tax, and that actually goes away for them. Not all schools do, and you have not gotten it, but that is somewhat of a relief valve for the civil side of government. But unfortunately, on the school side, there was no movement on that. So what we are um, going to lose is no way of making up the revenue without rerunning the referendum. So Michelle concluded her last slide with the last line by saying, there are really two key ingredients when you're building a school budget. One being the student enrollment, and two being the certified assessed valuation, the tax base. So just want to make sure, can everybody see my screen, and do you see the student enrollments? Okay, zoom in a little bit. Hang on just a second. Let me see if I can make that a little larger here. I apologize. I got to move the bar, I think, to get to it. Yes, I'm sorry if you're following along. It would be page 45, and that would be it's 47 if you're in the PDF, but it's page 45 in the bottom left corner. Is that a little bit better? Can you see the screen a little bit better now? Okay. Yeah, I think so without losing it. Okay, so um, student enrollment is a critical part of the budget because we're funded from the state. We're funded by the number of pupils that we have, not the number of seats that we have. And so Michelle talked about the per pupil funding over the next 2 years being 1.13 for 25-26 and 1.48% for the following year. But that's if you were to have a stable enrollment. If your enrollment remained flat, you would see that kind of an increase. But in our case, as you can see, our enrollment trends have been declining for the last few years and is projected to decline again this year. That's based on a recent enrollment count. This is not the official ADM count, but as enrollments stand recently. And I'm not a demographer, but what I do is use some averages in looking out into those future years and moving those cohorts um, through the through the system. And as you can see, by doing so, there is a trend to continue to lose some of that enrollment, and that's using the same kindergarten class going forward as we have today. So this is not a good trend for us because we won't even actually get the 1.13% in total funding increase. I'm going to go to page um, 15 first. It's going to be maybe a little bit small. Gotta zoom back out. I apologize. Wrong way. And I'll zoom in here a little bit more so you can see these. Okay. This is where it is a bit deceiving in how the formula works. And this is the foundation amount for 25-26. And if you were to compare it to the 24-25 foundation, it's actually up 4.28%. But as Michelle pointed out, that now includes textbook rental, which has not been part of the formula in the past. But if you go down to the page 19 in the formula at the end of the day, when everything is calculated, you'll see that for 2025-26, our total new funding is $271,000. But that includes the dollars for textbook rental. And if you were looking in the detail of the budget being proposed for 26, you would see that we have over $500,000 budgeted for textbook rental. So our dollars are not keeping up with inflation because of that declining enrollment. But even just rewind 1 year, just last year, in new money in total, we only received $105,000. So and then going forward, if our enrollment continues to decline and the state continues to contribute about 2% additional dollars every year, you can see that is trending in the wrong direction, that we're going to start potentially losing even more money. I'm going to go to page 10 and talk about the assessed valuation. Fortunately, you're one of the counties that have certified. There are still a lot of counties that have not been certified. And there are two numbers here, one being the 1.62. This was in Michelle's material as well. Our net assessed valuation, excluding TIF, went up 1.62%, but our assessed valuation, including the TIF, went up 7%, which is really good. But that comes with caution. A large part of that increase was due to the state coming out with new cost tables for how commercial property was assessed. And so commercial property saw a large increase in their assessments for 25 paid 2026. So that's somewhat of a one-time adjustment, which is actually kind of amazing that it was still 7% after you account for the additional 6% deduction on all the apartment complexes. But all the changes that were made in the legislative session really didn't hit so much in 2026, because in 2025, the net assessed valuation was based on a 37.5% deduction. And then in 26, that only goes to 40%. So that's not a big increase. But going forward then, that deduction will go from 40% to 46%. And then in 2028, it will actually go from 46% to 52%. And so you can see also that I'm using a little bigger drop in the assessed valuation in 2027. And that's really due to business personal property is going to hit that year. It did not hit in 26, it's going to hit in 27. So there are a lot of models being run showing this trend going forward and what's going to happen to the tax base. If you want to scroll to page 11, if you've been on the board, you've heard me say this before. This is what's called the 6-year non-farm personal income factor. It's a mouthful, but years ago, the state had made a policy decision to say we don't want property taxes increasing faster than income taxes are increasing, and so they really tied our future revenue to that calculation. Unfortunately, that income level has actually risen pretty quickly, and they have overrode the formula. And so we actually lived by this formula for many, many years. But starting in the year 2024, 25, and now 26, they have overrode this formula and have limited the levy increases in the operations fund to 4%. So even though the 6-year non-farm personal income factor is calculating 6% adjustment for 2026 budget, they have limited the levy growth to 4%. One of the reasons for the increase, though, in 2021, you see a pretty big jump in the income level of the state. If you recall, that was the year of the pandemic, and there was quite a bit of money pushed out from the federal government into the state, and so that's been driving the average up. But nevertheless, now this has not been, as the statute stands right now, we revert back to the 6-year non-farm personal income factor going forward, starting in 2027, but don't count on that. I think, with all the effort they're trying to put in place to limit property tax, it is unlikely that they're going to give us that much money. I'm going to go to page 20. This is the actual calculation of the maximum levy. It's really pretty easy. You just start with the prior year maximum levy, that being the 25 maximum levy, and then you increase it by 4%. And so the operations fund levy is 4,573,000. That we advertise higher than this, but this is what we really think we're going to get as a budgeted levy. And as Michelle had already said, we may budget it, but we will not collect all this because we will lose some of this to the circuit breaker, and we also lose some of it now to the new homestead credit. But I wanted to point out these future years because that's the way the law is currently written. But I would not count on that staying in place after this next session. I would anticipate change. So just touching on your big picture revenues, not a lot of money coming out of the funding formula, and you have a declining enrollment. On the property tax side, you're getting a 4% adjustment for operations. And then on the referendum side, that's where we have one bright spot, at least for 26. But thereafter, it starts to erode pretty quickly. We're going to see a 7% increase in our referendum revenue for 2026. So with all that said, that's a lot of lead in, I know. And so I want to walk you now through what this kind of looks like in by each fund. And again, now these are not advertised amounts. These are what I really think how it will play out. And I need to zoom back out here get all this on the page. So page 1 is where I'm at right now. I apologize. It's a lot of little numbers. And we really, from a cash perspective, we are in a strong position in the education fund, but there is definitely a structural issue going forward that I'm seeing, mostly due to that declining enrollment. So at the end of 24, we did have $7.6 million. I would anticipate by the end of the year that we'd be somewhere in that range. But based on, excuse me, for some reason it, but if we were to spend the entire budget in 2026, based on our enrollment and the forecast, we would actually be spending $500,000 more than we would take in. And you can see that that problem does not get better the more enrollment we lose. Now, fortunately, you're in a really strong cash position to handle this. But one thing that we may have to start talking about in the future, we're going to show you this in a little bit, but we are not a district that actually takes advantage of any of the up to 15% transfer from education to operations. But you're going to see in a moment the operations fund doesn't look great either, and we may have to consider transferring some dollars to that fund. I'm going to go to the debt service fund. There is a lot to talk about here. So there's a lot of highlighted lines. My budget for 26 matches Michelle's to the T. There's no reason to over advertise this budget. And this levy reflects in this model the 0.5375 rate that the board has been living by to manage your debt in the district. But what you also see here is this new line where we have this $119,000 loss starting in 2026, and that is the estimated amount of circuit breaker loss in the debt, or excuse me, homestead credit loss in the debt fund. This is something I want to bring your attention to because I think this was in error at the State House. It was just an oversight in that I do not think the state intended for any of that homestead credit loss to be applied in the debt service fund, because they know that we could raise levies in future years to make up for that. Circuit breaker losses that we currently receive, not credits, circuit breaker losses, are all taken in the operations fund. And this is another area that I would anticipate in the next session will be clarified, in that this, unfortunately, this loss will not be taken in the debt fund, and it will be moved to the operations fund, which is not the direction, obviously, we want that to go. But also, more importantly, you see where we have approximately $6,981,000 in a property tax levy for 2026 with that rate. In the future, the conversation will no longer be about rate. It will be about levy, and saying to the community that we need the same levy as we had the previous year. Because what you're going to see in a moment when I summarize with the tax rates, those rates are going to start going up pretty dramatically. If our assessed valuation goes down and we just collect the same amount of revenue, we're going to see tax rates increasing. So this is the dollars that we moved out of the old 2017 account to issue some of the bonds that we did this last year. And so our payments in 25 were actually much higher in 25 than they are in 26 and going forward. So, but when you look at the levy's really not going up much at all. So there's a lot going on in this fund right now. But at the end of the day, we should be able to manage to the same tax rate we have in the past for 2026. but thereafter you would start to see that rate increase starting in 2027. Going on to the operations fund, and I'm trying to wrap up as quickly as I can here. I know we have limited time. Um, Again, when you look at the levy on this first line, that's the budgeted levy, and we essentially got 4% in 2024, 4% in 2025, and 4% in 26. This has the higher 5.9% going forward, but again, I don't think that's going to happen. Again, another new line in here is this circuit breaker, or excuse me, the homestead credit. The loss in this fund is approximately 179,000 that we've not had in the past. Now, one positive note, the state did allow districts to move all of their financial institution tax and all of their CVIT tax into their operations fund. So we're showing a large increase in the financial institutions tax going from 25 to 26. And a little bit of that is happening with CVIT, although we don't get a lot of CVIT. But that did help offset a little bit of the loss that we're going to experience from that new credit. But net of everything, when you look at the revenue for 2026, we're going to net about $3.7 million. We're advertising a budget of $4.6 million. If we were to spend that whole budget, our cash balance would be declining $864,000. Again, a trend that cannot be sustained. We can sustain that loss for a year, but at that point we would be forecasting negative cash balances, and the DLGF won't even allow that. They would cut our budget, and that's why I alluded to we may have to start thinking about a transfer out of the education fund into the operations fund going forward. This is not a strong cash balance when you look at this fund, because when your property tax is about $4.6 million, you'd like to see about 50% of that in a cash balance to avoid any temporary loans from year to year. So this fund, like the education fund, is going to struggle. I won't spend much time on this. Michelle already mentioned this. We just continue to budget the rainy day fund without the intent of spending it, but it is dollars that could be used maybe on some one-time unexpected expenses. Then there's the referendum fund, and this is the one you can really see the revenue from 25 to 26 looks pretty good, but then thereafter you can see the erosion of that assessed valuation will cause the property tax levy to go down. And so with that, again, that is creating a structural deficit in that it's not going to correct itself. And it's causing a lot of districts to rethink when they might rerun their referendum. And it's tricky because the assessed valuation is going to continue to decline, not just through 2028, but it'll continue to decline all the way through the year 2031. Finally, and I'll try to take some questions, tax rates. I've touched on this a little bit. You can see the debt rate that we anticipate that to remain flat from 2025 to 26. But then you can see even just collecting the same levy, you can see what's happening to that tax rate. The referendum rate, because it's a rate fixed fund, remains at 37 cents, but that's a problem because the assessed valuation erosion. And then when you look at the rate for the operations fund just in the next 2 years, you can see there's a slight rate increase there. And that's because our levy is going up 4% in the operations fund, and our assessed valuation only went up 1.62%. And so you can anticipate a small increase in the tax rate for the year 2026. But then again, look look going forward into 27 and 28, with that kind of decline assessed valuation, you're going to see rates increasing pretty rapidly. And I would say that that's probably going to be the one thing that I think the state will be the most shocked by is how quickly rates do go up. So I know that's a lot. Michelle gave you a lot, and I gave you a lot in just an hour. There is a lot that's going into this. I've said to my clients, we had a pretty complicated system before, and now they've doubled down on it. And it has become even more complex of how we are going to receive property tax going forward. So I will stop sharing and open it up for any questions for Michelle or I.
Well, it's 5:56 and our regular meeting starts at 6. So I think you said you were going to come in person in the future and share with us, right? So
I could. I
what
would be
if,
happy to come to another meeting at another time to go back through the presentation.
oh, we wouldn't want you to have to do the whole presentation again, but does anybody have any quick questions, Rachel?
And we also have a month until we approve the budget, so you have some time if you want to send us questions that we can also answer for you as well.
Absolutely.
Tonight's just a hearing, so.
Mine can be emailed.
Okay, that'd be great. Let's go ahead and
Can we
email.
ask questions during the agenda when it's the budget workshop session section also? Would that be okay?
Maybe let's see if Mike too would be available.
I don't think Mike will probably be staying for that.
That's fine.
I
I'm
can
happy
try to
to
answer
ask,
questions.
and then if we need to have it come back, but I think
And
it'd
if I
be nice.
can't, then we can share.
And that's
with
totally
you.
fine. Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and take a 3-minute recess while we regroup for the next meeting. Thank you again, Mr. Reuter, for being here. I really appreciate you taking the time.
Again, I apologize for not being in there in person, but
Not at
I'm
all.
happy
Let's call to order the West Lafayette Community School Corporation regular meeting of the Board of Trustees. The first item on the agenda tonight is Mrs. Delaney is going to share with us about the elementary school. So come on down. You're the next contestant. It worked. I think we're
great.
good. You just have to point it at Mr. Hamilton.
Okay. Well, good evening. Thanks for letting me join you. I promised not to talk a whole bunch of numbers, but there are numbers. That was
Oh, no.
a lot. So just sharing some updates from our school, some updated demographics, updated data. We're still looking at the same 3 school improvement goals that we've had over the several years, so it'll just be a nice little update today. Okay, perfect. Right now, we do have 18 students enrolled in our preschool, so that means we are at capacity, and we did just receive complete and total licensure, so we can accept CCDF vouchers, and we do have 1 student participating in that already, so we're excited to practice that process. And I will say the licensure process was pretty smooth, so all is well in preschool land. And we do have 623 K through 3 students. I think we have a couple more in the hopper just waiting to finish up, so we're trying to gather some more kiddos. They seem to mostly be first and second graders, not kindergarten, so we're still looking for some more. Right now, our free and reduced lunch rate is roughly about the same. We're at 24.7%. As far as students in special education, we have 79 students with some sort of an IEP, and that's about 13%. And then we do have several more in the evaluation process, so that number may change as we move forward. We do have 46 certified teachers and then 40 support staff. And you can see all of our cute little faces. Some of them were annoyed at the face they made, but I'm sorry. Caught them in a blink. Just some data to go over here, and then each one of these corresponds to one of our school goals. So we'll talk more in depth as we go through. Looking at iRead 3 data, last year we finished up with 91.7% of our students passing, and that's up from the year before. I Learn Math, our scores continue to increase, so that's excellent, and we're excited to continue to put into practice some of our curriculum materials that we've been using. And then I Learn English Language Arts, so that does cover reading, grammar, and then there also is a writing portion to this assessment. And that one, our ELA continues to hover around that 70, low 70s, but still really strong, especially compared with the state overall. Okay, so we do have 3 school goals. The first one goes along with iRead. The state has a goal that by the end of the 26-27 school year that 95% of the students will pass by the end of that school year, and that's at the 3rd grade level. We were shooting for the moon and said that we would get there by the end of this school year. I do see that we have a great opportunity to reach that goal. Last year, so the 24-25, that was the first year that students would be mandatorily retained in 3rd grade if they did not pass and they did not get a good cause exemption. We did have 1 student that was retained, but the student did move somewhere else in Indiana, so they are not currently in our building. I believe I've been looking on the IDOE. I think October 1st will be when they share across the state how many students were retained, so it'll be interesting to hear those numbers. And then we did have 14 students who received a good cause exemption, meaning they did not pass. They are not retained, but they continue to have to take the test until they pass. So Mrs. Pizarros will be giving the iRead 3. And then this year, our current 3rd graders, so last year's 2nd graders, because they had to take the test last year, we have 10 students who are new to Indiana or new to the U.S. and have not taken the test, so they'll be taking it for the first time. 13 of our returning 2nd grade, now 3rd grade students scored at risk. And those students just this past week started receiving their intense interventions with our reading specialists. And then 17 students scored on track, meaning they're being monitored. They will likely score. Several of them only missed passing by 1 or 2 points. So we're looking great there. And then 130 of our students have already passed the assessment. So we're looking at roughly, by the time we get to take the test, we have 40 students who will still be taking the test. So it is nice that those kids who've already passed, they're done. We don't have to continue to test them over and over again. Moving on to goal number 2, which is dealing with the I Learn Math. And at the end of this year, our goal is to have 85% of our third graders pass. Last year we had 82%, so I think we could do it. We could totally do this. One nice thing that we did last year, we adopted a math screener called M-Class Math. Very similar to the DIBELS assessment, it's looking at foundational mathematical skills. And so that's a great way for us to look and see if there are any of those foundational skills that students are lacking or need more support in, so we can catch it early and intervene early, so that hopefully by the time they get to third grade, we have kind of hit any of those spots that needed a bit more help. That's something, according to new legislation, that's going to be mandated for next school year. We're waiting to see which screener it is. Hopefully it will be the M-Class Math, and we chose correctly. But this year we did see, we've already given our first round of assessments. I think our kindergartners are finishing up with those. They did make a change to the assessment platform. And so it was much easier to give this year and much quicker to get the results back. So we've already started some math interventions as well. We also adopted in grades 1, 2, and 3 IXL. Some parents may already know this if they've used it at home before. It's a great way to support individualized instruction, intervention, and enrichment, because that was a piece that we were really needing a little bit more resources for, is that enrichment piece. So what we do is the students will take a benchmark assessment in that, and then it'll help track them on what standard they may need to attack next. And so it's been really exciting to see, and the nice thing with IXL is it also gives not pre-tests, but skill plans to help students prepare for I Read and I Learn. So it gives them in the same format. It's a nice way for students to practice without having to take a practice test. And then we are continuing to meet with our PLC teams as we continue to revamp our curriculum maps, making sure that they're vertically aligned. And then again, this year, we had worked on curriculum alignment. Now we're going to move into common assessments across teachers at a grade level. So that way we can look at how can we support different clusters of students who may have the same needs, but maybe in different classrooms. So the work smarter, not harder model. And then finally, goal 3, this was looking at the writing rubric or the writing scores on the iLearn ELA assessment. It's a very wordy, muddled goal, but what we're really looking at is on the rubric, there's 2 sections. There's the evidence and elaboration and organization. The other pieces are more grammar, punctuation. We always kind of knock it out of the park on that one. But evidence and elaboration were areas that we needed a little bit more improvement on. So last year, what we did is we focused on looking at the third grade iLearn writing rubric and then kind of backwards mapping that down to kindergarten. So that way we ended up with a K through 3 aligned rubric, so that way we could start building our curriculum around that. So last year we focused on narrative writing. And so this year, when we got our scores back, we had 37% of our students scored a 3. Let me make sure I say this right. A 3 or more in the evidence and elaboration or organization, which those end up being the exact same score. They might as well just like cluster those together on the rubric. But which was an increase. The year before we had 36%. But the biggest thing, especially when looking at the narrative writing, is that our students seemed less stressed out. They were able to attack the problem. I don't know if you've seen any of the sample problems. They are a lot. I think most of us would need a piece of paper in front of us to highlight and look at what you can, but they're looking at it on a Chromebook screen for the first time. So there's a lot that goes into this. So we saw less stress in our students. We saw more joy in their writing in the classroom because they were learning how to attack a story or a prompt. And one other thing that we thought was interesting, since we hadn't really focused on informative writing, but we did see a huge increase. The year before, only 6% of our students had met that a score of 3 or 4, and then this year 19% of our students. So clearly the work in the writing is paying off. So again, this year we're going to continue to focus on professional development, curriculum alignment, and then instead of focusing so much on the narrative writing and the narrative writing rubrics, we're going to switch it to the informative this year. So we're excited about that. Okay, and then moving on just to kind of how the school year is starting. Because last year we saw some trends and we were looking over the summer, like what are some things that we can do to be prepared for this school year? So one thing is that we had seen an increase in the number of students coming to us from ABA centers. So these would be students who are getting very specialized supports, typically with a one-on-one adult with them, and they're transitioning into public schools. Over the summer, I think there were some changes in Medicaid, so kids were transitioned much faster than what we had planned, and they didn't have those transition plans. So we knew that was coming, and we knew that we were having more neurodivergent students who just needed more support in kind of joining into the general education space. So Mrs. Van Dyke, Di Van Dyke, our special education teacher of record, she really took into a training. It's called structured learning. I did include, I won't click on it here, but there's a flyer that gives you a little bit more information about that. And it's really looking at how can we create visuals, structured learning spaces for students within her classroom, and then it helps teach them how to take those skills and transfer it out into these special area classrooms, out into the general education classrooms. We've already seen great success. We have a few students who are already working to transition out of being in Mrs. Van Dyke's room most of the time to joining into their general education class. So we're seeing great success there. This year, again, you guys know about this change. When Mrs. Holmes, our Dean of Students, retired over the summer, we were able to kind of look critically at what we needed to best support our students and our staff. And so we were able to change that role. Instead of rehiring a Dean of Students, we opted for the Student Support Specialist. And we have been so excited to welcome Haley Sanchez. She's also a Westside parent. She's been a great asset, and she's been really helping us to support the behavioral needs in our classrooms, as well as giving teachers new ideas and new perspectives of things to try. So it's been nice getting someone from outside of our school building also to see what else has been working across the county. So we really look forward to her. And then we also have another fantastic staff member, our registered behavior technician, Mary Dixon Gibbs Westbrook. She's a retired teacher, so she's like super overly qualified to do all the things that she's helping with. But she has really been instrumental in really helping us to focus on those needs, especially in our special education population. And she's fantastic at collecting data, watching and observing students, and taking that and helping build actionable plans to help with any skills deficits and any just any supports that we need. So it's been exciting to get to partner with her. And one other thing that just kind of along the lines of like, let's pull together and see what we can do to help our students. This year we noticed several of our kindergarten students that were coming in just had a little bit more social emotional needs. It was harder to transition, just having a decreased frustration tolerance, we'll say that. Hearing, no, we're not going to go to recess today turned into, maybe some explosive behavior instead of, okay, we won't go to recess. So we met together as a team, and that included Sasha Jones, our school counselor, and then also Allison Walters, our corporation mental health therapist, just to sit down and brainstorm what could we do. And they came up with this great idea of a way to increase the tier 1 social emotional skills for our kindergarten students. So right now, what we'll be doing, it started this week. I think Allison finished up today, her lessons. So she is going in and doing some targeted lessons and helping students transition into full day school. So looking at things like calming strategies, looking at what to do when you experience disappointment, and how to kind of work on growth mindset. Because we have a couple kids who school is hard, and not being with parents is hard. So ways that we can help them as well. And so we are doing weekly lessons, and then it's also has a kicker with Mrs. Jones. She comes in and also gives a reminder lesson in a different format, so that way, hopefully, either one of the formats will click in for our students. And then we're also starting some skills groups with our students, and this is all taking place before fall break, or until Allison's schedule, unless her caseload fills up, and then Mrs. Jones would take over those pieces. Allison was excited to get an opportunity to get to be in front of all the kids and get to meet them, so that way if they ever became a student on her caseload, she would already be a friendly face. So we were excited with that. And with that, I did want to just thank you all, and I'm happy to take any questions. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry, you know, I've got notes. Thank you for all this. It's wonderful to get this review and wonderful to see the intentionality in what you're planning for students. It's really great. I am a little bit curious about where classroom sizes ended for you this year. What's your range?
So I would say overall about 20 students, give and take depending on which class we're in. Third grade's a little bit higher. I would say they're roughly around 21, 22.
Okay.
So a nice size.
Nice. The PLC teams, I know there was some issue in when in the day and how to do that. Has that been able to settle with a consistent meeting schedule? Is that feeling more comfortable this year?
It is. So we've been able to be a little bit more creative as well. We're doing something called Power PLCs. And so that's when Joe Tylinda comes in as our corporation engagement specialist, and he partners with our school counselor. So they take the kid of the whole grade level. So if anybody wants to come over on the Power PLC day, come on over. And they take the whole group of students, and that gives teachers an hour and 15 minutes of time built in, not over a lunch period, not over a prep period. And so that really helped us to decrease the number of meeting times that may be over a lunch hour or things like that. So we have been able to be creative.
That's awesome.
Yep.
And then finally, I know that as you're moving more of these students out of ABA centers and into other classroom environments, do you have an adequate supply of paras? Do you have an adequate staff to manage that? Because, you know, to make sure everybody's instructional process is not disrupted. What does that look like right now?
As of right now, we have enough people to cover the minutes required in our IEPs. You know, that's something that we watch very closely. So as of right now, I think we're good. You never know who could walk through the door. So as of now, we're good.
Fair. Thank you.
You're welcome. Anyone else? Yeah.
Yeah, what kind of relationships have been developed between school officials and the parents of the kids who are coming from the ABA centers and the parents of the kids who are having frustration tolerance?
So, especially with the kids that are coming from the ADA centers, we actually held like a little orientation night where they came over and got to hear about the program. Mrs. Van Dyke introduced them, came through and walked through her classroom, got a little sneak peek at what things looked like. And it was really an awesome event because at that night, several parents connected. And it was much more of like, you get me, you get what I'm going through. So it created this really nice support group. So those are some things that we've been partnering with there as well. And then can you remind me the second part of your question? I'm sorry.
Same question, but specifically for the kids that you indicated in the presentation about frustration tolerance.
Yes. So with that, we've been able to, first line is we rely on the classroom teachers to build those relationships because it's still very early in the year. Some students that we have had that I will say have had more frustration. We're partnering with the parents to work collaboratively to try to see what we can do to support that. I think the biggest thing is just keeping a very open line of communication. We've had some great problem-solving meetings back and forth with parents that they share what works for them at home, and that way we can institute that and kind of keep the same language for the kiddos. I think a lot of this is just that beginning of the year. Every week is getting better and better. We just have to keep it going in that right direction. So thank you.
You're right.
Thank you very much for the update. It's very exciting. And just I have first a comment, and you talk about the helping kids to transition to your school, and I happen to hear feedback from a parent, and that parent was very worried at the beginning when their child transferred from the preschool to kindergarten, and they were even considering to have the kid in the kindergarten preschool for 1 more year to get ready. And I think they contact you and was encouraged to bring the kid to our kindergarten directly. It turned out their kid loved our school so much. The teachers were very patient, helpful, and loving, and their kid had a very good time and learning and blooming. So yeah, they are super happy, and they told me that actually when their kid met the teacher outside the school, the kid was so excited, kind of hug the teacher and say, "I love you," or something like that. It's just so sweet. And thank you so much for your team. So another thing is you talk about several positions or collaborations. I wonder whether probably they were in some personnel package before, but I don't remember. Are they our formal employee or is some collaboration between our school and some external consultant or how they work? Okay.
So the collaborations that we had, Mrs. Jones is our school counselor, and then Allison Walters is the corporation mental health therapist. She's in our building on Mondays. So we were looking at what can we do to help use her as well. So that was one collaboration. And then Haley Sanchez, our student support specialist, she is a new staff member, but she kind of replaced Mrs. Holmes when she retired.
So they serve all the three schools, so they have allocated days, time in your building?
So Haley Sanchez is in our building all the time. And then Allison Walters, she's just in our building 1 day a week. And then we share her across the corporation. And we've even talked about if we needed her more, we could look at, different parts of different days that she could come over. Joe Tylinda, he does help us out as well with the PLCs. And he's a corporation employee, but he's in our building on Thursdays. And then I think that might have been it. I think that was it.
So it's great. They help other buildings as well,
Yes.
basically. Okay. Another thing is you mentioned the ABA. I wonder how is that different from glass and so.
So ABA centers, and I don't want to say this wrong, so Stephanie may need to help me out. Those are typically like private centers. So there's like Little Star. I'm trying to think of some of the other ones. I'm completely blanking right now, but those are private centers where really is. They may have teachers in there, but then there is a 1-to-1 ratio of there is an adult with a student most of the day, helping out with prompting of what to do next, guiding them through their day, which is clearly not what's able to happen in a public school setting.
Okay. So as we all know, glass is dissolving, and so how are we preparing for that? And at this time, or we are kind of already transitioned?
So from my understanding, especially since the ABA centers are private, we try our best, and I know Stephanie does a great job of going out and meeting a lot of our preschoolers who would be incoming kindergartners, meeting with their teachers, looking at their IEPs. So a lot of that is what's happening before they ever get to our school. I think November, I think we may start even having some of those conferences, just to get to know a little bit more about the kids. And I think some things that we've been talking about overall as a staff, and especially Mrs. Van Dyke really kind of led that charge, is getting to know the students and helping share things about our building so that the ABA centers or the preschool staff could kind of share some of those things with the kids and the families as well. So I know Mrs. Van Dyke created several PowerPoint presentations of showing pictures of what the building looked like and had several videos of what different staff members were as well.
So basically, the dissolving of glass will not have a lot of impact on us. It looks like we are pretty ready.
I
And
believe so. I mean, I think as ready as we can ever be. And I think the things that really seem to impact us and things were on a steady path for transition for a lot of our families, but when the changes to Medicaid came, the families lost their funding to stay in that ABA center. And so they didn't really have much choice, but then to go to the public school.
okay,
Yeah.
great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks.
You're welcome. Good questions.
Okay. Oh, Lawrence.
Yeah, I have a quick question. First of all, thank you for the presentation. It's really nice to go through the detail of the school, how they operate. So really appreciate your presentations. Just a couple quick questions. So regarding the preschools, my understanding is once we get the license, basically we can get a state fund for the student. Is that right?
If a family has to apply for and qualify to get a voucher, so that they
the
can use
voucher.
that voucher to
Okay.
pay their bill. And then I did just find out that they are decreasing the amount of money that the families are getting.
Okay.
So there's a lot of things happening in the early childhood.
But the parents of those 18 students, they still pay
They're
at least some of them?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Most
But-
of ours now are paying.
But financially, this operation is kind of financially independent.
Correct.
Okay, okay. And so this not count the ADM, right? It's not, it's kind of separate. And regarding the enrollment, we still give the priority to our teachers and the parents live in our district, right?
Yep, I think we have 3 staff member kids who are in the preschool.
Oh, okay. But in terms of future, do you think maybe we can extend this program, have more students in this program, or you think that that's pretty much 18 is?
We would have to look at opening another classroom. I wouldn't want to put more than 18 students in the room. I think that's something we would be happy to explore. I think we have a space available. We would just have to, Michelle and I would be best friends.
Okay,
and we'd
that's
have to work on
okay.
that.
That's
Yeah.
a bit more
Yeah.
difficult, more
I think
complicated.
that we continue to have people call all the time. So I think it's out there, especially now that we can accept vouchers. I'm excited to see what that looks like when we start opening up for next year.
Yeah, I'm thinking if more students enroll in this preschool, maybe next year they will come to our school, just stay,
Right.
with Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Appreciate
Thank you.
everything. I'll never forget the first time one of my kids came home and said, "Mommy, you don't have a growth mindset." Thank you very much. All right, the next item on the agenda is communication from the audience, and Brian Messer has signed up to come on up. 3 minutes on the clock, please.
Where's the clock? I want to make sure.
No, we've got you.
My name's Brian Messer. I live out of district with my wife and 2 children that attend the West Lafayette schools. My wife and I own Sound Advice. We've lived in the community since attending Purdue 25 years ago. There's been some discussion about how allowing out-of-district families impact the school and the community. So I'd like to share some perspective as an out-of-district family on how West Lafayette schools have impacted us and the impact we've had on the schools. My children have thrived in West Lafayette school system. There are opportunities here for advanced classes, strings, and other programs that we're grateful my kids are able to take part in. I'm confident that my children are best served being part of the West Lafayette schools. Every parent wants to set their children up for success, and one parent to another, we greatly appreciate that there was a system in place to allow our children to transfer into the school system and receive the best possible education. I would reasonably assume the kind of people that are applying to transfer into West Lafayette in schools are like our family. We value education. We're willing to put in extra effort. Living out of district, my wife and I spend a minimum of 15 hours a week shuffling kids back and forth from our house to school, plus extracurriculars, fundraisers, and other events. It's a big time commitment, and we're happy to do that for the opportunities for our kids to be part of the West Lafayette schools. Any other parent that would be applying to transfer would understand the extra time commitment that would be required, and I think that's the kind of parent that West Lafayette would be looking for. Being a part of the community has given us an opportunity to help in ways we wouldn't have been able to if we weren't in the West Lafayette schools. Officer Seifert uses music to engage with kids before school at the intermediary school, so we saw an opportunity and bought him a nice big speaker so we could have a little more fun with the kids. We recently made a similar donation to the West Lafayette dance team. My wife and I have volunteered in the classroom and other school activities. When attending a youth softball game, we saw some areas for improvements and donated some time and materials to make improvements to the field. I recognize that a lot of out-of-district families may keep the fact that they're out-of-district private. In addition, I would also estimate that a lot of the contributions that these families are making are kept private like we do. I only bring this up because people may not realize how all out-of-district families are contributing quietly to the community. We value our school system. We appreciate that we get to be a part of it. We look for ways that we can help to try to make the schools and the community better. I'd bet that most families applying to have their children be a part of West Lafayette are families that value education, that are willing to put an extra effort for their child's education, and appreciate the opportunity to be part of the schools. So in short, my kids are doing great because of West Lafayette schools, and every parent can relate to how much that's appreciated. I feel that we've been a tiny part of what makes the community excellent. My understanding is that every student brings additional funding and support to the faculty and the programs here. So it's up to you to decide if allowing more families like us join the West Lafayette community to help and support and grow the school system is a good idea. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. All righty, the next item is the consent agenda. I'd like to note that item number 4, the Japan trip has been pulled, so that will not be considered this evening. I am in need of a motion. Rachel,
I'd like to make a motion to remove the personnel report from the agenda, the consent agenda, please.
Okey doke. Is there a second? Okay. So that's the one that I don't need to vote on, correct? Okay, super. That has been pulled. We'll consider that in a minute. Does anyone else have any motions concerning the rest of the consent agenda? David?
Motion to approve the rest of the consent agenda?
Okay, so moved by David. Is there a second? Second by Rachel. I need to press buttons. So nope, that's not it. There we go. Okay, please cast your votes for the consent agenda. And yours isn't working? Okay. Thank you. Okay, right on. So that passes. So the next item is the personnel report. And Rachel, since you made the motion, you get to speak first.
My question is just, Dr. Reiner, would you please outline for us the expectations for annual performance evaluations for coaches in our athletic programs?
Yes, Mrs. Witt. The process is that at the end of each season or annually, each head coach has a written summative evaluation completed by our athletic director.
Anything else on the personnel report? Anyway.
So as a follow-up, I wonder for that evaluation, families solicited feedback for the, or only the director?
Families do not provide feedback for a summative evaluation that is completed by our athletic director, Mr. Strode.
And so family are not giving the opportunity to provide feedback.
Correct. It's a job evaluation, so they're not solicited, no.
I think it would be helpful to solicit feedback from the team members. And I know a lot of coaches works extremely hard, and I think the families will love to have the opportunities to share their gratitude or feedback, whatever.
Okay.
Thanks.
Noted. Thank you. Anybody else have anything to say about the personnel report? Okay, then I'm looking for a motion about that.
Well, to be clear, since we pulled the personnel report from the consent agenda, and I'll go ahead and say there were questions about one of the coaches, is that something that we need to discuss right here, right now? or
No.
move on?
No, we don't.
I'm not asking about names, I'm just asking about the situation.
Nope. Okay. In that case, is there a motion? Okay, Lawrence moves to approve. Is that seconded by Rachel? Okay. And I'm going to do the vote button there. Okay, please cast your votes. Thank you. That passes 7-0. And next, there is no unfinished business, so we will move on to new business. And I have paper. Dr. Greiner, do you have anything to say before? Nope, I'm too fast. That's not it.
That would be me.
First, we'll do the budget hearing, and that'll be Mrs.
Mrs.
Cronk.
Kronk, do you have anything you'd like to share with me?
Yes, I do.
Darn it.
President Austin, I ask that you please open the budget hearing to hear public comment on the 2026 budgeted funds, the capital expenditures plan, and the bus replacement plan.
All right, I hereby open the public hearing, and if there is public comment, no one's signed up, and I'm not seeing anyone running to the microphone, so I shall close the hearing of the budget. And then we move on to the next page, which I had on top. Next is the pre-bargaining hearing. Dr. Greiner.
Amy. or
I'm
Mrs.
sorry,
Austin,
go ahead.
Can we ask some questions since there wasn't time during the budget?
Yep.
Sure, if
And
you'd
like I said, I will try to answer what I
Yeah.
can, and if not, I will type them down and have
Perfect,
them
yeah.
for Friday notes.
I was gonna say, Mr. Reuter may be the better one for some of these, and so just a few questions, if you know now would be great, and if not, we can wait. My first question, so a lot of discussion has been coming up about making decisions on how we handle transfer students. Things have changed with the budget with that. So my first question is, how much money are we gaining because we have this agreement with TSC instead of just an open enrollment? So if I understand correctly, we have about 170 transfer students right now?
It's about $150 difference from what we would get if they're on our ADM.
Okay, so 150 is the only, I mean, it is a little bit.
Compared to what
so-
it used to be.
Okay, and we have about 170,
About 160.
60 right now?
Yeah.
Okay. Then kind of down that same route is if it was decided to go to open enrollment instead of an agreement with TSC, what difference would it make in the budget? Meaning, if we opened it up, we may have more transfers coming in,
Possibly.
more control over the grade levels. Like, it feels like, if my understanding was correct, TSC is kind of what limits our numbers,
It does start with TSC.
and then they're the ones that shut it down, not us. And so there would be a possibility, if we were to open it up, that it could make our budget better off
It
if
could.
we chose to.
And they would be on our ADM, and thus we would be controlling the whole process.
Okay. Okay, so then another idea that's been shared by Dr. Yin is putting a pause on the transfer students. So keeping all the transfer students we have, but not accepting new transfer students in the future. I guess about how much we would be down next year. Like, if we said 1 year from now, what do you see
I
drops?
cannot think of the number that we currently have in the senior class and those we would be losing. So my guess is we'd be down is about 20 to 30. Chad's nodding yes. So 20 to 30 times that ADM number that we were getting from TSC would be how
Okay.
much we were down.
Okay, so about $200,000 is how much we would lose if we just stopped that right now.
That sounds about right, yes.
Well, we're talking about lower kindergarten numbers compared to higher seniors graduating, and so that loss will be there.
Yeah.
And so, yes, that would at minimum be the difference
Yeah.
if we weren't taking and trying to maybe balance.
And
with-
we're just
with
talking about transfers right
Right.
now, all else
Yeah,
equal. But yes, we are
exactly.
also getting smaller numbers coming in. So that also would be an impact to the budget.
Yeah, because I mean, some question is if we would stop allowing transfers, because that has correlated with our enrollment numbers going down. Those enrollment numbers may go up, but I do agree that no matter what we do, our kindergarten numbers are going to be down, period.
Yeah.
With
And
that.
that is a trend across the nation. It's not just here. It is a trend.
Does that make sense? Okay, so then my last question, so we've talked about 1.2 million is how much we're bringing in with our transfer students.
That's what I'm
right?
expecting for this next
Currently,
year.
because of the changes in budget. If we were to raise our referendum 1.2 million, which we did have one community member email the board and say that that's what they would like to see done to get the funding, about what would be the increased cost per average household?
That I cannot tell you because we are also dealing with that projected decrease in AV. And so the next policy analytics review will actually model what that would look like for us. And I think I asked them for a 45 cent to see what that would look like. But we have to take into consideration what that assessed value might do. So I really can't give you that answer right now.
That's fine.
We could talk about all else equal, but we know it's not going to be all else equal.
Okay.
So,
But it's certainly something where you could run numbers for different scenarios and even set something at a certain level of a promise not to go above that because that's what's approved.
Yes.
It'd be a commitment. It wouldn't even be a promise. And then from there, you could manage it based on, under the concept that Dr. Yen was talking about, you could manage it based on what number came, in with regard to enrollment versus how are we managing it with what we talked about with regard to the referendum fund going down until 2031, where you get that reset and then it starts to go back up. If the board were to rerun the referendum, you could certainly have numbers run to show what and where that might look like and then move it up and down based on the need. Does that make sense? Okay.
and the referendum question has been changed by legislature. So now they are asking for a max rate and a max levy. So we would have to determine what amount of money we would also need by 2031, as well as a higher tax rate because of the falling assessed value. So we probably wouldn't use all of it. Like it used to be run for 42 cents, I believe, and we never used that. because of the changing assessed value, we have to put those things into consideration and run it for higher than of what we might need down the road because of changes, if that makes sense.
It does.
Yeah.
And then in that situation, each year, the way we report out now on the budget, that would be included in the budget and where we were going and why.
Helpful. Those were my questions. Thank you.
Okay, Rachel, you were next, and then George, and then David.
Dr. Reiner, first of all, thank you for the financial explanation video. That was really helpful instruction to our community, and I really appreciate you taking the time to put that together. Along those same lines, I noticed on page 20 in Mike's packet, he did include transfer tuition projected out into the future. And I would be curious to see what his projection looks like if our district were closed and there were no transfer tuition added to it. I
And
think,
you can see, if you look on the enrollment page, I think in 2 years, you're talking about enrollment, correct?
no, I'm
Was it
talking
1980?
about if the transfers. Yeah, specifically looking at on page 20 of his report, he has the 1.2 this year in our budget, but he's projected it out into future years, and I'd like to know what it looks like if we just say, hey, there's nothing
I've
coming.
written it down.
Thank you very much. Also, and these are just quick questions that I think are for you, Michelle, but out of curiosity, what is the range of interest on those CDs that you have, roughly?
We are anywhere from, I believe, 4 to 5.5% right now.
Well done.
It's a good thing to hedge them out
Yeah.
for a little while. We Baker Tilly does a really good job of assisting us with that process and helping us make sure that we're hedged so that we have that revenue into the future. Because I mean, if we had $500,000 in revenue last year, that's like the most I've ever seen in my 13 years
Right.
in school finance. So to lose that would not be great.
Exactly. No, thank you for that. And my last question, the operations funds budgeted page, you have 40,000 building and land improvement, or item 40,000 building and land improvement. I think it was at $230,000 that you had budgeted. What kinds of things do you think would fall into that money?
So that could be under the 40,000, that could be anywhere, any type of building improvement. That's kind of a placeholder for appropriation that I use to build up the operations fund budget. And so that's any building improvement things like doing an HVAC project or anything like that.
Okay.
And a lot of times we don't use that appropriation necessarily, but it's a placeholder to build that budget up just in case.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, George, you're up.
Did the state legislature also change when we're allowed to hold referendums as well? So I think I recall that going through too.
Yes, we can only run them on the even years now in November.
So if we're going to do it, we'd have to do it fairly soon.
Yes.
Okay, David.
That was effectively my comment of, we only have so much time to make a decision on how we're handling this, because if we don't run a referendum in this upcoming year, we have to wait another couple of years to be able to do that. What is the timeline from that we have to make that decision by to be able to run it in the next year's election?
The resolution has to be passed, I believe it's the middle of July.
Okay.
But we would need to start talking about that, having more serious conversations probably a lot earlier in case the legislators get back together and they make even more changes during the next legislative session.
And we talked also about, in my presentation, cost-saving strategies as well, and obviously be a combination of things. But so if the board were to decide that we were going to run the referendum and it didn't pass, what we have now, the 37 cents remains. So we could continue with the cuts and then rerun again in 2 more years, and we wouldn't be losing the 37 cents. We would have time to continue to educate. And does that make sense? And so if the board's interested, we do need to start having discussion, obviously not this evening, but sooner than later.
Yue, go ahead.
To follow up with Rachel's question for Mike, to figure out how much we will lose if we don't take more transfers in the future, I think it'll be also helpful to ask Mike what he thinks about the dynamic, because I said it last time, I want to repeat it again, which is, okay, when we talk about these laws, assuming that the new policy will not change people's decisions but the reality is people will act according to the new policy that we make. So if we decided to open the district and people can transfer in without paying the fee according to the new law, then people will be encouraged to move out. As I said before, at least the SK actually arrival with the uncertainty. Some people are scared, whether or not that's has a foundation, but many people are scared. So in the city council, they're like 7 hours protest kind of thing. You probably know. And some people already want to move out now with this new open district policy. More people might be motivated to move out. Then the consequence will be we will have fewer in-district enrollment, and at the same time, the property value will drop. And as actually Mike also mentioned that the property value drop, then we will have less income for the school to support our teachers program, everything. And so I just feel this is not a static, it's a dynamic. And so when the policy changes, people's behavior will change. And on the other hand, if we decide to close the district completely from now on, then people will be encouraged to move back. Like some of the parents who love our schools, they currently, actually for them, they actually can even stay. But for those newcomers who want to send their kids to our schools, they will move to our schools. And then our residents will maintain their house property value, because before, when they bought the houses, they have to pay much more to live in a district, and they have to pay much more and every year for the tax referendum, everything. So actually recently, because after last meeting, I wasn't sure whether my interpretation of all those factors are reasonable. I try to figure out what the residents think. So I cast a little survey and collected some feedback. And actually, so far, 50, it's a small sample because I don't have power to reach too many people. 55 people responded, and 78% of them actually, they believe we should stop receiving new transfer students. And they also said, actually 92.7% of them said if our district decided to open it, they will not support referendum next time. So that's also a factor, very important one. We got the transfer money, but we may lose the referendum altogether. That will be a disaster. And also another thing is, let me see. Actually, 51.9% of people said if our district decide to open the district and accept transfer students without the fee, and they plan to move. About 50% of those respondents said they plan to move out and transfer their kids back in. So then I feel that, you can see the dynamic with all those decisions. In addition, and according to the state law, and if we decided to open the district, it means we should open it to everyone, not only to TSC, but to LSC, any county, any district. So if we only keep it to the transfer option to TSC, I'm worried that we may violate some state law in the long run. I don't know, actually, I
That's
asked
a lot of words, and Dr. Greiner would like to respond to some of the things you've said.
Yeah,
so.
I asked the legal counsel, actually they confirmed, if we open our district, we should open it to everyone.
Okay, let's let Dr. Greiner have a chance to respond to some of what you've said.
Well, the main thing I wanted to point out, and then the board can have dialogue among itself, but what I wanted to point out, because you had said, make note for Mr. Reuter, and I just wanted to make clear to the board that he's going to make recommendations financially. He's not going to make recommendations to be an open district or a closed district. What he would tell you, and he will come back if we want him to, because he said he would. But he would state, and Mrs. Cronk would state the same thing, that if the board wanted to entertain closing the district, what he would say is, let's talk about how we get there then. So is the community willing to support sort of where Mrs. Mumford was going? A referendum that could fluctuate to address, I want to make clear that Mr. Reuter isn't an outside person making recommendations that we do or don't take transfers or that we open up completely or close completely. What he would do is share how that would impact revenue. And then from there, the board and administration need to work together to determine what does that look like or mean if we're going to go one way or another. If we're going to completely close, what would that look like when Mrs. Mumford was talking about and does the community want to study and look at that? But I don't want you, Dr. Yen, or any other board member to feel that Mr. Reuter has a stand or viewpoint on whether we should open up the district or close the district or keep it the way it is. He wouldn't, that would be, we understand that's the board's, we can give recommendations and talk about the results of revenue versus where the board wants to go. Obviously, we understand where the board, that's their level of decision-making. Does that make sense, what I'm saying? We then would determine what we would need to do to address revenue, strategies for that. Yeah, a good point. And or cuts if we didn't look at other revenue strategies. So I hope that makes sense. Because Mr. Reuter is not here, I wanted to make clear that he wouldn't tell you, here's what I think the board should do. He would say, here's what it will look like if you do this. Here's what it will look like if you do that. As you determine what you want to do, let's think about what strategies we can engage in to make sure that we have the necessary revenue to support our students' learning.
And I try really hard as the chair of the board to stay neutral, but I would like to let you know, Dr. Yin, that not everyone is afraid of the company that's coming into the research park. I actually think that that's going to be great for our community. It's going to bring a lot of great jobs. And I've lived here since the late 90s, and I have no intention of leaving because SK Hynix is coming in. And I also would like to state that I care very much about a lot of our transfer students. And if I were a child sitting at home watching this meeting and hearing people talk about whether or not I'm welcome in my school, I think that would be very hurtful. You talk about fear of SK Hynix, but what about the fear of those kids who are hearing this kind of dialogue about whether or not they're welcome? So I just want to let those children know that are watching at home or that might be hearing these words that they're welcome and that we want them as much as we want any other child. And I don't think we should be flip about saying my property values are more important than these children and how they feel. So you said a lot of words. There are several people who would like to speak, but I want people to know that I welcome those kids and I want them here. So we're going to let David and George, and then if we have time, we'll come back. George was first.
So, Dr. Yin, you referenced a number, I think you said 50% of people would move out of the district if we were to open transfers. I just want to get some clarification. So these are 50% of people who responded to a survey that you sound out personally without the input of the rest of us, right?
Yes,
Okay.
because the board.
And how
didn't
many
want to-
respondents did you get for that survey?
Yeah, 55.
So-
Actually, I shared this with everyone.
Oh, I know, but I just want to get this out in the open. So there's 50% of 50 people.
Yeah, I'm never saying this is a well represented. At the very beginning, I said the sample size is small. I didn't say this is a.
It's just important that people know how small the sample size is, right?
Sorry.
It's important for people to know how small the sample size
Yeah,
is.
but
right?
even our strategic plan, we only have 200 something families who responded. So 55 is not super small, I would say, with my personal connection, and not necessarily connection, the way there, some places I can reach people I know for sure they live in the district. I don't necessarily know them. So Actually, I think, sorry, but you go ahead, finish yours, but I do want to respond to Amy's, the point. Go ahead.
Yeah, we did just have a gentleman who got up and talked about the experiences that his transfer kids had in the school and the money and the time that he's donated. Are we going to be so quick to get rid of that goodwill? That is a danger we have to consider.
So this is similar to Amy's. So what I proposed last one, so don't kind of mislead. Or maybe I made you misunderstood or whatever, but I have been saying we stop taking more. I'm not saying we push the current students out, right? So we have been saying once they are in, we'll make sure they graduate from our system. Just for the new transfers, we should stop because now the state doesn't allow us to charge their fees and fair for the people who live in the district and who pay extra money, everything, and for their house and for tax, everything, then now they don't, it's just people feel very unfair. And I also think eventually this will hurt our district. And I'm worried people will stop supporting our referendum in the future, then we will lose a big chunk of money. That will be a disaster for our district. And please don't say I'm against the current students, transfer students in our district. No, I never say that. We all agree. Once they are in, we make sure they graduate from our schools. It's never about students. It's about our policy. So if we have policy that we only take students who live in our district, then people will move back in. And also back to Sean's point about Mike's, the question for Mike. And I understand Mike will not help us decide the policy. However, I want to make sure that when he estimates those numbers, and you need to see the dynamic there. Those numbers will not stay, and those numbers will change when our policy change. So if we have, let's say, we lose, when we lose those, let's say if we close the district from now on, we don't take a new transfer students, and the transfer students will drop. However, more people will move in. The within district enrollment will increase. So,
I think
and the
that's an
property value will
assumption.
increase. Yeah.
I don't know that you can back up that assumption, Yue, but
But if we don't try it, how can you know I'm wrong or not?
sure, I do think it's time. Was it David was next or, and Rachel's after that?
I think that we need to get back to, with all of this, whether it's budget or transfer, what is going to continue to make our schools better. With budget aspects, we're talking about, well, we may potentially have to rerun the referendum. Earlier in the meeting, it started with the focus on rerunning it to make up for the substantial gap that's going to be coming because of the property tax reform. And then potentially using it to make up for what we could lose if we stop taking transfers or modified how we're doing it. That's $2.5 to $3 million based off of some of the projections right now. That's a lot to be asking our community to add into. I think that we need to approach this of where do we need to maintain at a student body to be able to offer the courses and the services that we need to have as a district? Does it, where do we need to, what funding do we need to have to maintain the exceptional teachers that we have? And what do we have to do to really make sure that we have long-term stable funding, whether it's through we shouldn't be cutting off some of our own funding that we don't have to at the moment. So I think that we need to focus on that, not on how we might think that people will react to whether or not we keep transfers. I think or how finances might change or property taxes might change. We need to focus on what's going to be best for schools. Also, Mrs. Kronk, do you remember the amount that each household on average pays into the referendum? Isn't it roughly about 300 a year? Is that correct?
That sounds familiar, but I'd have to
Yeah.
look back at our notes from when we ran the referendum, so.
From when we ran it
Yeah.
a couple a couple years ago, I'm pretty sure that
Yeah.
the average cost to families living in the district is about 300. The reason we get so much more is because of the broader base of taxes, including the TIF district that covers. And so that's a small premium to be paying to live here, which it's an important premium and it's an important contribution, but it's not, I don't think, enough to make me sell my house, pay 6% to a realtor, a couple thousand in moving expenses, and 6 months of chaos in my house.
Rachel.
I am not a researcher and I'm not going to pretend to be, but I question the validity of anybody asking 50 of their friends their opinion and then calling that data that we could make a decision upon. That said, using that information that Dr. Yin provided, it seems to me that those 50 people wanted to keep the district closed so they could keep their property values high. That's been tossed around quite a bit. And that effectively means that people who have an elevated socioeconomic position can afford to live in this community. So that then if we do that, we can charge tuition, which means that only people with as elevated socioeconomic position could afford to send their children to our schools on a tuition basis. And all of this is based on really what is a groundless assumption that our children would be best prepared in a homogeneous socioeconomic environment. And I don't believe that's true. I think we do our students a disservice if we're having conversations about how to make only the wealthy people be allowed to bring their families in. And I want to highlight the fact that none of our teachers at their rate of pay would qualify to live in the district in which they teach if we go down that path. And to me, that is a phenomenal statement of disrespect to educators in the state of Indiana. It is terrible that the state has put us in the position that we are in, but that is the position we are in. And this, to me, is a moment in which we decide if we are going to pursue a classist perspective on our community, or if we are going to continue to function as public education in this community. Those are my thoughts.
Thank you. George.
Just one more quick note, just for anybody out there listening. I'm on Zillow.com right now. And home prices within the district and out of the district, depending on home age and home build quality, are roughly the same. Now, the tax burden is going to be a little bit different if you live in the city limits or not, because you're paying for city services. But like Dr. Perper said, the referendum increase is a little over $300. Paying city services is because you live in the city and get access to things that the county does not. These are all choices that we all have to make individually, but I don't believe that a decision we make about transfer students is going to cause a mass exodus, because I just don't think it makes any financial sense for anybody who's looking at the numbers.
Okay, I would really like to move on from this conversation. Has everybody said their piece? Great. Where are we even on my pieces of paper? Dr. Greiner, do you have anything to say before I open the public hearing related to bargaining, which is the no exhibit thing under number 8 and on top of number 9?
Yes, thank you, Mrs. Austin. We're required by Indiana Code to hold a public hearing before the start of collective bargaining, the formal process of collective bargaining. And the hearing will allow opportunity for members of the public to share comments on the matter related to teacher compensation and bargaining. Formal bargaining can start September 15th or anytime after, and should be closed by November 15th. So we're preparing to do that. And so at this time, it would be my recommendation that you open for public hearing.
Okay, thank you. At this time, we will open the floor for public comment. Okay, and there is no comment, so this concludes our public hearing. At this time, the public hearing is closed, and I thank you. Is there any discussion about bargaining? I don't believe there should be at this point. It has not begun. All right, the next item.
May I say something?
Sure.
Yeah, actually, I got information from a community member regarding the salary information, and it looks like that from like 5 years ago till now, and our teachers' salary didn't increase dramatically, but administration's salary like increased dramatically. So my question is, typically we review, for example, the teachers maybe only increase like 5% in 1 year, but the administrators increase 50% in the same from that time, same time
I'm sure
period.
they'd be thrilled if
And
that happened, but I don't believe that's
so
accurate.
my question is, I'm kind of, I'm still learning how this works, because every time we negotiate about a teacher's salary, and we review it and approve it, and who determines administrator's salary, and do we need to approve that, review that, and how it works? It's a question, because I got from the community member, I figured, oh, actually, I don't know how that works, and I need to learn how that works, and so I hope to pay our teachers better, basically.
I believe the difference that your community member is seeing might be because there were added administrators over that time period. For example, we didn't have, I'm trying to think which positions changed. We didn't have an assistant superintendent 5 years ago, but we have one now. So it may look on paper as though those salaries have increased by a large percentage, but I think if you looked at individual people's salaries, that it would show that it has been a reasonable increase over that time period, and we have just added and subtracted different positions within administration. So I believe you participated in bargaining last year.
I did that only for teachers, but I never know how the administrator part works. And actually, you mentioned another thing is about the positions, and actually what other concern the community member share with me is, do we have a bigger administrator group than before? And because we keep talking about, oh, we don't have enough money, that's why we have to take more transfers, that's why we have to pass referendum. And so the community member asked about how you guys spend the money. And so everybody wants to support our teachers more, pay our teachers better, but where did the money go? Where can we save money so we can better support our teachers? So I think I support that, to support our teachers better. So I think it would be helpful to look at the data and to see, the positions we have right now, and the change over time, and also the compensation for different positions, and figure out a way basically to save money and to better support our teachers in general. And also, I think recently, Dr. Greiner also mentioned some good strategies. For example, we can combine some of the positions, and so we don't need to hire some more new people, and so to be more efficient or something like that. Just to figure out a way to, given the budget, given the difficulties we have due to the state and many other things, and we need to be run more efficiently. So we can still, like I'm signed to serve on the negotiation team. For that, I always want to give our teachers more. The more, the better. But where do we get the money from? We need to cut the money elsewhere so we can support our teacher better. So.
Okay, George, and then Rachel.
Dr. Greiner, forgive me if you don't have the numbers tonight, and if you don't, we could certainly take them at the next meeting. But how many administrators do we have in the district?
Do you want to add them up? pulling up a spreadsheet. We'll give you the actual number.
And then, if you can, while that's happening, who's classed as an administrator?
So we have assistant principals, central office staff, the three of us. So there's 16 administrators. And then principals, assistant principals, and, well, not every director is but Director Stephanie would be our special ed director. But yeah, 16.
And then just one last thing, how many of those administrative positions were added based on a need within the last 5 years?
One, and then we actually cut one too, so it actually balances out.
Gives us some perspective, thanks.
Rachel?
I'm concerned that anybody in the community would hear this and draw an incorrect conclusion that we are, paying the big bucks to our administrators and because we all want to short the teacher pay. I am very comfortable that there is a long pattern of wanting to compensate our teachers more and understanding that the state doesn't, they also say that, but they do not fund us appropriately to do that. And so there's been a long-running tradition of trying to compensate our teachers as fairly as we possibly can.
I'd like to add that just because I think it's important with regard to the assistant superintendent, that position was developed through combining multiple jobs. The board required that of me, which they should have. And in fact, when I was interviewed for the position, the board told me that we were short in central office and that it was in some ways an expectation that that position be developed. And with that, multiple positions were combined. So I want to make sure that whether we go back to uncombining it, and if we're suggesting that the assistant superintendent or the superintendent or anybody shouldn't be here, and I'm not hearing that anybody suggested that, but the conversation here that we're having, I just want to be careful that we don't start pitting all of ourselves against each other in a time where we're in financial crisis. And I will tell you, additionally, we're developing a priority list, and we can start making cuts, and we'll do what we need to do to balance a budget. But we need to go at it from multiple ways. And the worst thing we need to do is start suggesting that we're pitting ourselves against each other. And I haven't heard that. I'm just saying the dialogue we're having kind of makes me nervous, because the one thing I will tell you, every year I've been here for collective bargaining, it has been the most collaborative work that I've seen anywhere. And I'm very proud of our teachers, I'm proud of our administrators, I'm proud of our community, and I'm proud of our board. So I just want to make that clear.
Right, and Dr. Greiner, you kind of hopped into what I was about to say next, which is historically, I want to offer this perspective. Prior to Dr. Greiner's joining our corporation, we were incredibly undermanned in central office, and the effects of that were felt at every level, with building administrators who couldn't be supported in the way that they needed to be, and with the variety of other problems that have happened. And so really to Dr. Greiner set me up for what I was about to say next very, very well, and that is be careful what you wish for. If you want to start cutting positions and start talking about us being administrative heavy, you really need to go back and look at the history of what that looks like, because the work doesn't stop. So it just funnels downhill to the people in the buildings, try to manage it. And that funnels to the mental health professionals, that funnels down to guidance, that funnels down to classroom teachers. It just funnels down, and the weight doesn't change where it is positioned, changes. So I'm with Dr. Greiner. I want to be very cautious about where this conversation goes, because I will tell you from my ISBA participation perspective, other school corporations do not have the situation that we have working collaboratively on negotiation. They don't have anything like what we have. So I don't know how to say more eloquently than this. Please don't screw it up.
I'll make one more point about, because I want to be clear that for months now, we've seen what's coming, and we know And I said it in my presentation regarding the state of the finances. Our goal is to protect the classroom. And when we start looking at some of the cuts, if we make some of the moves that we would possibly have to make, teachers and everybody are going to feel it, because the work doesn't stop, as you said, and it gets funneled down and redirected. We've been making cuts now. Every time we have a person resign, the principals and administrators come together and we evaluate and reevaluate. Does this person need rehired? Does it need reimagined? And if we would, before we would start making classroom sizes bigger, for example, we would cut administrators. But with that, it's going to come reassignment of duties too, and it's going to go all the way down.
Okay, I'd like to close the pre-negotiation hearing, and I would really like to hear about, would you like to talk about things? I don't remember, honestly. Did I?
You closed it, but there's nothing saying you can't reopen it.
Okay, I'll reopen it. Come on down. Mr. Jost. Sure.
My students would think I do. Hey, my name's David Jost. Pleasure to be in front of you today. I've had the pleasure of serving on the bargaining team for probably 7 or 8 years now, and as the chair for the last couple years, and just want to say thanks so much for your continued collaboration. Certainly echo what was said a couple moments ago in terms of the spirit of working together. Just to dive into the fund that was brought up, I'm kind of curious if the numbers that were referenced, those caught my eye potentially a couple years ago as well. I think it has maybe more to do about how benefits are or aren't included. And so I think that what looks one way as it's reported probably isn't an apples to apples comparison of teacher and administrator salary and benefits and that kind of stuff. So I think, I don't know, just in the sake of trying to make sure we're all on the same page here, I think that might be some helpful context. I'm very appreciative of the opportunity to be here, and our team and I are looking forward to getting together as soon as tomorrow to try to start the fund. We certainly recognize that there have been better environments to negotiate in, but nonetheless, we're grateful for your leadership, Dr. Grinder, and look forward to seeing what we can do to keep this thing going. So thank you.
Thank you. Not even half your time. All right. At this time, if no one else has anything to say, I will conclude our public hearing, and the public hearing is closed. And now we'll move on, and Mrs. Cronk, I would love to hear about the pool.
Yeah, that's super exciting. isn't it?
Yeah, it's my favorite. And then after the pool, we're going to take a brief recess.
Okay, good. All right.
You
In,
got it.
in order to move forward with work at the West Lafayette Junior Senior High School natatorium, we will need to approve an architect agreement with Fanning Howie so that design specifications can be finalized and go out to bid at a later time. Architects have been working directly with Mr. John Becker of Church and Church. He presented at the August meeting on the architect agreement enclosed in your board packets. The cost will be $115,000, which is in line with the 10% to 12% of construction costs that's estimated, as seen in other projects. Please approve the architect agreement as presented so that design work can be finalized.
Okay. I am looking for a motion.
I'll move to approve.
Move to approved by George, seconded by Lawrence. Is there any discussion?
So, sorry.
Go ahead.
Is the pool still being used right now? It's just we need to fix the problem.
Is the pool still being used right now?
It is still being used.
Yes, the pool's still being used right now.
But we just need to fix the problem too.
Yes.
Okay.
If the during the project, it would not be able to be used, obviously. So-
Thank you.
Okay. Lawrence?
So the estimate the total cost will be around 1 million, something like that.
Yes, and I believe we shared that in a Friday update not too long ago with some
Something like around.
design,
that.
engineering, and so on and so forth. Yes, that is their estimation at this time. It could come in higher, it could come in lower.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? Great.
One thing.
Oh, yep, George.
Just as a reminder, just so we can get it on video, can you give us a short blurb about what the pool project is supposed to do?
The pool project would be to give some attention to this, I believe it's a south-facing wall, and the pool deck, as well as backfill.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and start the vote. All those in favor, please indicate. Great. All right. I've been asked to have a quick recess, so let's come back at 7:28.
Hands up. Yeah, so Lawrence and David and I met with our administrative team and went through each of these policies. So the first policies that we have, just to give you an overview on deck tonight, is we have a series of policies tonight that are on second reading. And so what we've done is we went through and made sure that every board member's commentary, to the best of our ability, was included in these policy revisions. And that is, as you said, the green is what we as a committee felt was the best language, and the blue is what we had other board members present. In addition, we went through each of these and kind of looked at what policies these were going to be replacing, if any. And we looked through what the current policy is and make sure that everything that needed to be covered that was unique to our school corporation had been covered. I think that these are very well presented. I want to thank Lawrence and David and our admins for really sticking with us through this process. I also really need to thank Roberta because we are not easy to work with, and she has managed to do so. So my recommendation is that we go to each paragraph, make a decision about those paragraphs, and then we would hold a vote to pass or not pass the policy. If the policy passes, included in that would be the rescission of the outdated policies as noted. We did have a couple questions about rescission of policies, and I've responded to those, but I'm happy to repeat those responses as we go through if necessary.
Okay, and all of your notes are in the Google Doc, which is shared with all the board members. If they go to docs.google.com, it will show up in their shared.
That's correct. We have still that shared compiled document. We actively edit in that document as we go so that board members have a full understanding of what was discussed if they just go read it.
Okay, David, what you got?
You okay if I had some
Please, by
clarification?
all means.
Just to clarify, so some of the green does include things, it includes things from other board members. It's not everything that was from other board members that's in blue. It's the three of us and the administrators talked and discussed about which things we should accept or make the changes on. And if there were substantial portions that we didn't agree on or didn't come to or didn't feel like, or felt like one way was our preferred way as the policy board, those are the ones that are in green. But we wanted to make sure that the major revisions from other board members who had proposed things were here for us for everybody to be able to see and to make decisions on.
Okay.
Okay.
Correct. Yes, thank you for that.
All of the, just a second, I have a question. All of the words in blue have been vetted by legal,
That's
correct?
correct.
Okay.
That's correct. We're not proposing any option in these draft policies that is illegal.
So if someone were to not see a suggestion they made, it would be a safe assumption that it was either not in line with our attorney's advice or not in line with our administrator's practice?
Correct.
Okay.
And I also would offer the additional explanation that if it does not appear here, it may be because that language is more appropriate in administrative guidelines.
Correct.
Or in student handbooks or those types of things. And so it's not necessarily that whatever they don't see here is not legal. It's just maybe not the forum for it. In addition, I want to just remind everyone exactly what I said last month, which is passing these policies does not mean that they are permanently going to be this. All policies are editable. We just need to move through and get policies done because we have no administrative guidelines. And we really need to put those in place to benefit students. So you want to talk about board actions that directly benefit students. Having administrative guidelines in place is critical to that. So that's, if every comma is not quite where you want it, if we could still move forward with a general feeling of goodwill towards these policies, that would be helpful.
Okay. Lawrence, what would you like to say?
Yeah, just a quick comments before the before we start these policy things, I really appreciate Rachel and also David. We worked together last month. We have 2 meetings, 3-4 hours we work together. So it's very nice collaborations. And regarding the procedures, I agree with Rachel's recommendation. We go through each individual piece by piece, and then we back to the whole policy. I think that maybe make our the whole process more clear and easier. We cut in small piece so we can vote on that. And another things regarding the repeal the Neola things, I think we talk about that in general, but we didn't talk any specific things. So I think probably that's what I'm thinking. Maybe you have different opinions. I think probably we can discuss those things in the policy committees, and the next meeting we can have kind of official recommendations from the committees, so we can save some times. In this meeting. So that's just my opinion. So
Have you got your next meeting set?
yeah, we already said the next meeting will be 29th, September 29th, 7:30 a.m. So
7:30 a.m. Okay, so if the board has any suggestions about the policies that we are going to first reading tonight, it would be good for you all to have those maybe on the 25th? The 20th? Okay.
What?
September 20th is the deadline. So if you have any suggestions or.
Oh, yes, so yes,
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah, we're going to call that
yeah,
deadline
whatever.
September 20th.
So we can discuss that.
Yeah, can I also just throw out there, we do not do any changing of the policies that are going out for first reading. They're coming directly from legal and going directly into the board packet for our community to see and for all of us to see unedited. So
Okay.
yes, there may be formatting things, there may be some odd language things. We have not touched them intentionally, so everybody's looking at the same thing. So
Okay.
just, it's uncooked.
Uncooked,
Yeah.
okay.
One more question.
Yeah.
We three work together pretty much. I'm confident, 90% confidence that I collect pretty much all people's feedback regarding those policies. And we all pretty fully, truly, also with the administrations, discuss all different options, different wording, different proposals. So the recommendation from the policy committees already take pretty much everybody's feedback into consideration. But we still want to have the board members' individual revisions be discussed and considered before the whole board. You see what
Okay.
I mean?
Why
So that's all.
why don't the three of you make the initial motions
Sure,
for
sure.
me?
We can do that.
And then we can go from there.
Can I
Yes.
just have one additional request?
Yes.
Please be specific in your recommendations for any changes to the readings that are up, or for the policies that are up for first reading. If it's something like, there should be something like this in the policy, that's not super helpful. That's like me providing feedback for some of my grad students. It really needs to be specific.
Okay. Like
in
this
terms
word
of,
should be this and that word should be that.
yes,
Okay.
or please, or include this sentence
Okay.
here in place of this. That would be much more useful to us than vague recommendations.
Okay.
Okay.
And so it sounds like it would also be very helpful if we keep it succinct.
Yes.
Okay. So why doesn't one of you kick us off with a motion on A125?
Yeah, let's start the motion to adopt this paragraph 6 proposal by policy committee, which is marked as green one on
Okay.
document.
All right. So we have a motion and a second by David. Any discussion? Daisha?
So I'm the one that gave the recommended proposal revision, and I do appreciate that the policy committee added about the board members, where they'll disclose and when they'll disclose. I think that will be very helpful. My question is, the part about the employee was left alone per the recommendation of the policy committee. So when and how do employees disclose it?
Rachel?
Right, so that falls into, hold on here. Um, I'm getting there, hold on. Oh, that is D 225. That is passed related to employee ethics. So we would ask for, and that is up for first reading this time. But this, putting employees in with board members is a very cumbersome administrative process requiring all of them to file a form. It doesn't really make a good value of their time, but if every educator, every employee in our corporation is compliant with D 225, provided it is passed, then there will not be an issue aligned with A 125.
So my first question or statement is, I believe that all our policies should be consistent. And if someone were to turn to this policy instead of D 225, it should be very clear here how employees will disclose. This also does not say that every employee and every school board member will be submitting a form. It very clearly says if they believe they have a potential conflict, then they submit the form. And so leaving the employee part arbitrary, I think just complicates it and is unnecessary. I also don't think it's that complicated, and I think it's pretty common for a lot of us. In a lot of professions that we work in, where yearly you're sent an email that says, do you have a potential conflict of interest? Check yes or no, and if it's no, then you're done. If it's yes, you fill it out. This isn't like some huge thing we're asking to check. And so that's why I had recommended that we also have very clearly when the employees and how they would disclose it. And so that's my first
Okay.
comment. My second
So
one.
wait.
Oh, go ahead.
Let's do it one at a time. Otherwise, it's going to be a mess. So there's a motion on the floor to adopt paragraph 6 that's green.
Right.
Do
So
you have a motion to maybe amend?
yes,
We
but
were in
not yet.
discussion.
I'm still discussing.
Oh, okay, but I would really like to do one suggestion at a time.
Right, but it ties into what I'm suggesting on my
Okay.
one sentence on blue. So, but I appreciate what you're saying because I think it's a valid point.
Okay.
The part that was left, an employee who has reason to believe that he or she, my also understanding is that we were going to change all the language to they and not have this he or she, which is what I had recommended that we do, but yet that's been left. So those are two parts in the green, which is why I now would like to make a motion to amend the motion. Is that the way I say
I'm
it?
sorry, I have a question.
I move to amend?
The,
How do I word it?
Move to amend.
I
so,
move to amend the policy to the recommendation in blue.
so the way I read this is that the green, where it says policy committee proposed revision, what the green sentence replaces is the black words that include he or she, and the green has your they. Any school board
Oh.
member who believes they may have a potential conflict.
So the policy
but
committee
that's
is cutting out
employee.
that first
Okay.
sentence?
So are we taking out that first sentence, or are we
Not what it
adding
says.
the green sentence? Does that make sense? Does the green sentence
The green
replace the black
sentence
sentence?
replaces the black sentence.
Okay, so we're taking the employee out entirely of this paragraph.
Even though the lawyer's the one that put it in? And this is coming directly from the lawyer, which seems to be something important to all of you.
There's a separate policy that addresses the conflict of interest of the employee. And so the black would be removed, and the green with the they would be what has been moved at this time. So are you moving to replace that whole paragraph 6 with the blue words below? Am I understanding you?
So I'm recommending that paragraph 6 reads as blue says.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, that motion dies for a lack of second, so we return to the green.
I believe we're ready to vote.
Okay,
Are you referencing the copy that's in the box folder or that's in the Google Drive?
in the,
In the board packet.
in the board packet, yeah.
Everything is in the board packet that we're looking at tonight, so that we know our community has seen that.
Okay,
So just so you know though, in that green paragraph, it does still say any employee who has reason to believe that
Right,
Right,
so
that's
that
being
is,
stricken.
we're just approving the green text.
Yeah, the black was the original paragraph 6, the green is the new paragraph 6. Okay, so we are moving, Lawrence.
A quick, just kind of explanations. We discussed this paragraph in the policy committees. So basically, if I remember correctly, so we saying all employees who have reason to believe he or she may have conflict of interest to disclose this kind of on demand if when they get involved in some recommendations or they need to do something, they need to disclose.
Right.
But for the board members, because we always make decisions, so we have to disclose that annually. So I think that's the original purpose of this paragraph. What we say, we pretty much cover everybody. So that's,
Okay.
I think that's our discussion. If you,
So
if
am
I
I
remember
understanding is that first sentence in black, an employee who has reason to believe, is that staying or being removed?
That will be stay there. That's
So-
my.
I
that's
thought
my
that
understanding.
was being removed.
It was being
To be
removed.
removed? Oh,
Because-
okay,
Line
if you
through
remember,
it.
then probably I was wrong. That's fine.
Okay.
The entire section, it talks about school board shall not knowingly approve.
Okay.
A board member may participate in this, blah, blah, blah. A corporate employee or agent of the board, blah, blah, blah.
Okay,
Sorry,
And,
I
Well, the
wasn't-
paragraph before is about employees. So anyways, it is very confusing what it says.
So the employee things will be covered in another policy.
Correct.
Okay.
In the
Okay.
D225, yes.
okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna put a note in the actual file.
So now, just clarify, we are voting for the green things and these black things will be removed, right?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Correct, that should have a line through it.
Okay, so we're voting just on the green in paragraph 6.
Okay.
Okay, need one more. There we go. All right, that passes, so paragraph 6 passes green. 6-1, okay. Next,
Before you go on.
yeah.
So Rachel, am I
This-
to understand that the employee conflict of interest is going to be covered in another policy?
D225.
D225, okay. So that means we're, because we can, like you said, this is a living document, we can edit these things. Just want to point out, and I'm sure you saw this, but the paragraph immediately preceding paragraph 6 does mention school board member or employee. So do we need to change that part too?
I would recommend at this point that we move through to the next edit, approve the policy, and then make note. If you'd like to refer that back to policy for review again, we could definitely do that. But, I mean, this particular policy has been in front of us so many months at this point that I think we need to perhaps just
I know,
finalize something and then.
I know, I get it. I just
We're
wanna-
always open to edits. I think I can speak for my fellow policy committee. If this is not exactly what you want, we're definitely open to
It's
additional
less about
changes.
what I want and more just making sure we don't confuse ourselves later.
Correct.
Oh, no, too late, we're already confused. Okay. The second edit is the same in the last 2 paragraphs. So we're replacing non-monetary and other than money with the word nominal. Can we take that as a single
Yes.
motion? Okay, so David, are you moving?
Yeah, I motion that we accept the modifications in both paragraph in 15 and 16.
Okay, and Lawrence seconds. Is there any discussion?
Yes,
Go ahead.
the rationale, we had decided to say nominal rather than non-monetary. In particular, some of the discussion revolved around cultural reasons for providing
Small monetary gifts.
gifts, and we felt that this kept it within bounds and recognized how different families work.
Okay. Rachel?
We also had quite a lot of conversation of what the word nominal meant. So I just want to throw that out there. And really what we determined is that that would be a decision better based within the school rather than us putting an arbitrary amount on that. So that really, we've kind of delegated that then to the administrators and leadership of the school to determine nominal.
Okay. Yue was next and then you, George. Go ahead.
Just a general suggestion. I wonder whether we can project the policy being discussed on the screen. Otherwise, people don't know what we are talking about. So
It's all in the board packet, which is available.
I understand. I know what,
I don't know
what
how to
we
get
are
it.
talking about. I mean,
Yeah,
for
it's
people,
right
the
in the
audience, they may, even though right now we don't have many audience, but people, if they watch online or they don't know what we are talking about.
I would refer anybody watching online to go to the board packet for tonight, and everything's in there. I agree, it would be great to display it on the screen, but
It's going to be tiny.
it's gonna be real small. We already kind of had that experience tonight, but
Yeah.
I'm really open to that, but I think it is available and has been available for quite a period of time.
Okay. George?
I just wanted to make a quick note for the administration's consideration. The federal guidelines for nominal typically around $50 or $100.
Okay, good to know.
Not that much, that's not nominal.
And the context is different depending on if you're government or non-governmental. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. We've had discussion. I'm going to go ahead and start the vote on whether or not to use the word nominal instead of non-monetary and other than money. Okay, and that passes 7-0. Now, I think the time is here for us to have a motion on the entire, Rachel.
I'd like to make a motion that the board vote to pass policy number A-125 with the corresponding rescission of Neola policies 1130, 1214, 3214, 4113, 4214, 6460, and 7230.
I got bingo. Okay, do I have a second? Thanks. All right, I'm doing the buttons. Hold on. There we go. Buttons. And there we go. Okay, and that passes 6-1. That is A-125, and I even have notes. So we're moving on. The next one is a doozy. It's H-250. Let me pull that up because I'm not there yet. Okay.
Can I intro this one to you?
Yes, you
Amy?
may.
Okay.
Please do.
On H250, this is another one that we have had in front of us for a lot of months. This is one that we really need to try and get in place so that our community can better understand the way that they could use this policy to request removal review. There is some question over, maybe we've voted on one or two of these paragraphs in the past. We don't believe that we have. There is no harm in voting for them again if we have, in fact, voted for them in the past. So that would be my recommendation, is that we treat all paragraphs in this as a first vote.
Okay. And so in paragraph 7, which I believe is the, nope. Oh, that's blue because it's a link. Sorry. In paragraph 7, which I believe is the first edit, it says upon receipt, yada, yada, and that is remaining this time, correct? Because the only change is the addition of it may also include a parent and so on,
That's correct.
Also the little,
and the Xing out of at a minimum.
yes.
Okay. So I would like a motion on paragraph 7, please. George, what are you moving?
To adopt the green text in paragraph 7.
And the rescission?
Oh, I thought we got to that after we approved the whole thing.
The red line.
The
She
red
means-
line right
Oh, the
here.
red line. Yeah, include that too then.
Okay, and was that Lawrence who was seconding? Okay, any discussion on paragraph 7?
If I could,
Yes,
the reason for this is to allow our superintendent some latitude in determining the best possible committee. This falls clearly within the purview of a superintendent to manage. And so we felt offering perhaps some suggestions, but allowing him the final authority to build the committee appropriately.
Okay, sounds good. Daisha?
I'm the one that made the recommendation in blue under paragraph 7 and wanted to share that I believe that the administration should be, I feel like it's important that our community is involved in this decision and that the administration should be required to have community members in it and not be allowed to just have school staff, which is currently how we list it. So I move to motion that we sorry, I tried to write this down so it's better. I move to amend policy paragraph 7 to include the blue.
Okay, is there a second? Okay. Discussion on the blue. I'll start. I think if we're considering removing a book from the school library because it is not appropriate, that it makes no sense to have students read it, even if they are juniors and seniors. And I also think that this is too small a town to require that of parents, that it could be a very divisive issue, and that it's better left to school personnel. Daisha?
Just to add, I think the books we're looking at have already been approved by a librarian, so that's why I feel very comfortable with saying when someone brings this forward, our librarian has already determined that they think it's in the best interest of all our students, so I feel comfortable with the juniors and seniors, why I supported the recommendation from the community member.
Okay, anybody else have anything about the blue? Lawrence?
Yeah, quick question, quick comments. Yeah, just I think this process should be get students. I mean, especially their junior, senior, and also parents be involved. So I would see some involvement with student and the parents in this whole process. Thank you.
Okay, anybody else? All right, we are voting now on the motion to amend paragraph 7 to include the blue. And it should be, oh, it's off. I can see it here. We're missing one vote.
Do we, sorry,
Yeah,
so if we include the blue, will we remove anything from the,
We would remove paragraph 7, the policy committee recommendation, and use the blue language instead.
okay, so replace the
Replace,
current
yeah.
one with the blue one.
move to replace, there we go. Okay, we need one more vote, please. There it is, okay. That is, that motion fails, how do I write that, 3 to 4? Okay, so now we're coming back to the previous motion, which is to adopt the green. It has already been moved and seconded by George and Lawrence. Is there discussion on the adoption of the green in paragraph 7? Thank you, Lawrence. No? Okay, I'm going to stop that vote and close it, and then I'm going to start the new vote to adopt the green and the red line of at a minimum in paragraph 7. And that passes 6-1. Okay, the next paragraph is paragraph 8, which simply adds at a regular board meeting. Rachel, go
Can I
ahead.
make a motion, please, to vote to approve the paragraph 8 recommendations for in green? So it's the black text plus the at a regular board meeting edition in green.
Okay, is there a second? David? Okay. Any discussion? Rachel, go ahead.
Just to be clear, we really had a lot of conversation about this one in committee, and really felt that the spirit of this policy was to make sure that our community understood what had happened with it and that it was very public. And we felt that putting the documentation in a regular board meeting, which would mean it would go into the regular board meeting packet, the documents would be available to the public electronically, and it would have the volume of participation that we normally have in a regular board meeting, as well as a live stream, would accommodate the spirit without providing additional administrative burden on anyone to get that done.
Okay, and to be clear, the difference between paragraph 8 with the green text and paragraph 8 in the blue text is that the blue text requires that it be posted on the website or in the upcoming board packet at the superintendent's discretion. Daisha?
So I'm the one that made the recommendations, and I think this is great. I mean, what they did was, I just wanted to make sure it was publicly available. And being in the board packet, it is on the school's website. And so I think this is a great addition. So I have no issues with the recommended revisions by the committee.
Okay, David.
Yeah, just part of our rationale there was there doesn't need to be a separate section
Yeah.
on the site. And
Which
so
I think is
this, yeah,
Right.
great.
Wonderful. Everybody ready to vote on paragraph 8, including the green at a regular board meeting language? And that passes 7-0. And now we are through, so we need an overall motion from Rachel, who likes numbers. Go ahead.
I'm just going to make a recommendation that we vote to approve H-250 in its entirety tonight. There are no rescissions attached to this one.
Okay, and I'll stop. Great. Your RWLW. Okay, stop. One. Uh-oh.
And I apologize, there's been a lot of policies. Why are we not rescinding the one that we currently have that talks about library materials with the same topic?
Because there is one matter that is not covered between H-250 and the existing policy, and that is PO 2520, and that is related to lost materials fees. I believe that'll largely be addressed through administrative guidelines and student conduct policies, so that would fall inside of B-175, also up for first reading this month. PO 2520 is not in conflict with H-250, but it does create a gap if rescinded prior to B-175 passing, so I do not recommend rescission at this time.
Helpful, thank you.
All right, I'll go ahead and start the vote here. All right, that passes 6-1. And we shall move on to A200. Let me bring that one up. Okay, A200. We have a lot of blue. Does someone from the policy committee want to discuss? Rachel?
We reviewed this policy and felt that the language given by the attorneys in this case was generally appropriate, but we did not have any complaint with the blue text, adding it on, and so we did not have any other recommendations, and we would just propose this policy pass as written with the blue.
Okay, so you have a motion to pass with the blue.
I would like to make a motion to approve A200 with the modification to have as blue.
Okay, Lawrence moves,
Orange,
and
do you want to go ahead and put the rescission in there as well?
is there a rescission?
You already checked.
How did I miss that?
You're good with those rescissions, you're good.
And also
Oh, I see, yeah. Okay.
also the include the recession, repeal those policy, Neola policy 1617, 3217, 4317, 7217.
Okay, and is there a second? Rachel, thank you. And is there discussion? Wow, okay, let's go ahead and vote with this record breaker. Holy moly. All right, that passes 7-0. And we will move forward with number A225, which is reporting of suspected child abuse and neglect. Who wants to tell me about this one? There's blue text in there.
This was another one where we didn't have any concern with adding the blue text as is, and so I would recommend, make a motion that we approve policy A225, reporting of suspected child abuse and neglect, and rescind Neola policy 8462.
I would say.
Okay, so Rachel and David, and just to be clear, you are motioning to approve it with the blue text?
That is correct.
Okay. Is there any discussion? Daisha?
Okay, so just to clarify, and it maybe just is the typo, is the second and third paragraph is equal. And the second paragraph is what ISBA originally sent us. The third paragraph says it's a revision submitted, but it's actually, I'm not aware of anyone submitting that. So just to clarify.
Right, no, thank you, Daisha. thank you for clarifying that. Paragraph 2 should go away. The current paragraph 3 with the blue text would be what we would leave.
But they're the exact same.
Right, so the second one would disappear. The third one with the blue text would be where we would land on.
Okay,
I'm sorry, it's not struck out, but yes, that is what the recommendation is with the blue.
okay,
We have a little color coding issue right now, but that's the recommendation.
gotcha. All right, in that case, are we ready to go ahead and vote? Hearing no objection, I will start the vote. Okay, A225 has passed. Now we're going to get to A285, which is no distracted driving, and let me find that guy. All right, there is just a little bit of green
Yes.
to clarify that it is not only when you're on school property, but also when you're off school
Right,
property.
this seemed to us to be quite a common sense addition, and so I am just going to recommend, please, that we vote on policy A285, no distracted driving, and the addition of the language in green.
Okay, and seconded by David. Yeah, we don't want anybody playing Candy Crush while they're driving, so let's go back to the, it's too many buttons. There we go. Okay. Oh, is there discussion on that one? I'm sorry. No. Okay, now we'll vote. We're missing one.
That's me.
It's you?
typing notes.
Oh, sorry. There you go. Okay. And that one passes 7-0. And now we have B100, which is Board Authority and Philosophy. It's the talk on the cereal box. That's an old deep cut. Okay. B100 looks pretty much like it came to us. Is that correct?
That is
Okay.
correct.
So was somebody have a motion? Motion?
To adopt this B100. Regarding the repeal this Neola, you already checked regional?
Right, so with B100, there is, so here's what I would say about these B policies. They are all very connected. We just have the first 2 of them tonight. I would recommend that we not rescind much until we get through all of the B policies, which should happen in our October meeting, and then we'll have a clean package and we'll blow all of them out.
That's right. Yeah, so I will remove this repeal policy. I just motion to adopt policy B100 as proposal by.
Okay. And seconded by George, who's GL, not GW, George Washington. Okay. Any discussion on that guy?
If I could just clarify
Yes.
too, that there is not a conflict, so we're not having any additional exposure. B100 is not in conflict with the old Neola policy, PO 0122.
Great. Anything else? Cool. Let's touch the buttons. Sweet. Okay, that is 7-0 as well. And finally, oh my lord, we're on the last one, B125, which is Board Authority and, I'm sorry, Duties of the School Board. So let me pull that guy up too. There we go. Oh my, okay. Go ahead, Rachel.
Well, I'm just going to throw this out as an introduction. This is a policy that had a lot of feedback on it. Again, I want to just remind all my fellow board members that as we worked through this in policy committee, a big premise to start with is that we have changed the scope of this from board members to board officers.
Okay.
So again, in reviewing all of the B policies, we really realized that what the gap was is that these items really belong to board officers, which are elected by the board. And so I would just like to throw out there that this policy is in context with all of the other B policies that we're going to look at next month. It will make sense, but understand the scope change.
Okay. So are you?
I would like to
moving?
make a motion that we look at the first paragraph in particular, that is paragraph 1's revision, and I would like to recommend that the Board vote to approve the policy committee proposed revision to paragraph 1, which is to add language that says work collaboratively with board officers and members to appoint.
Okay, do I have a second on paragraph 1? That's George. Okay. Is there any discussion on paragraph 1 only? Daisha?
I'm the one that submitted, I know it's surprising, the recommended changes to paragraph 1. My first question is to the policy committee. In what I recommended, we talk about the board president being the official spokesperson. In our old policies, that's covered in a totally different policy. Is the policy committee recommending that we remove all references to the board president being the official spokesperson? Is my first question.
So I need to go back and look, but I believe that that is covered in the communication section. So it's a different format. It's not in an office or duty. As I understand it, if I'm remembering correctly, and I'm sorry, I don't want to move my screen to go look for it, but that role is currently with the secretary of the board, and it would continue to stay with the secretary of the board as long as the rest of the board agreed with that decision.
Meaning, sorry, that's not what we have, nor is in about the secretary. Currently, it says the president does it. So are you saying that it's changing to the secretary, or what are you saying?
As I understood it, the current policy is that the secretary is responsible, for responding to community inquiries, perhaps is the better way to say that.
Sorry,
The president would be the spokesperson if things on behalf of the board. I'm sorry for that
No, that's okay.
distinction. That is not included in this. I think that probably it falls within perform other duties essential to the operations of school business.
Okay. So I would like to say that the reasons that I made the recommendations is because of issues in the past, which to me demonstrates that we need very clear policies that demonstrate what the president is responsible for. And so that's why I have included very clearly here that we should have the official spokesperson and how that works, and it should be here where it lists the duties of the president. I appreciate adding working collaboratively. The concern is that word means very different to different people, and depending on if the board is divided, what that collaborative means. And so the recommendation is that the voting takes place, which is what I found in another school district does that. And then the third one that I added was that all members should have complete access to information, because that was a third issue that we have had. So that is why I'm recommending that it's very clear in our policy of the expectations of the president. So I move to amend the policy, paragraph 1, to be blue instead of the green recommendations.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, Huey seconds. Any discussion on that amendment? Go ahead.
I agree with Daisha. I think without this clarification, sometimes we made mistakes. So it's good to have it, unless we have some other policies that explicitly address this communication issue. And in that case, we should have that policy together with this one to make sure that we don't miss this important information.
Okay.
To address that question, there is no specific language as Mrs. Mumford has requested here in the proposed policies.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, the vote right now is on amending the policy to include the blue revision to paragraph 1, and that would replace the green. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Okay, that motion fails, so we are back to the original motion, which is to adopt the committee's revision to paragraph 1. Let's see, is there any more discussion on that issue?
I would just offer to fellow board members that we have already passed the policies in the A section that deal with board member conduct that would apply to all of us. And actually everyone who is engaged with our school corporation, from students to board members and our superintendent, et cetera. And also point out that the board has an opportunity to discuss the performance or perceived performance of board leadership annually at the organizational meeting. As well, the policies do allow for a structure for removal of any board leadership if at any point during the year that doesn't feel like the leadership represents the board. So there are mechanisms in place in the policies to make a change if that would be necessary.
Okay, super. I'm going to go ahead and start the vote if that's everybody. And this is to adopt the green paragraph 1.
Sorry, can you repeat your adopted the green part?
Yeah, paragraph 1,
This right
the
here,
green language.
where it says board officers.
The collaboratively, but
Yes.
yes,
So it's
but
the president of the school board shall preside over all board meetings, work collaboratively with board officers and members to appoint any necessary committee and perform
yeah,
other duties
yeah,
essential to the operation of the school business.
so we saying just add that green part, or because right now the board decided to drop the blue one completely, right? So we are only voting on that green.
On just the
the
green,
green
the much
piece?
smaller green paragraph, yes. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. All right, so that's 6-1 and buttons. Okay. Go ahead.
Regarding this title change to the board officer, maybe we need a motion to vote on it?
My original motion included that header.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Now we're on to paragraph 3. Rachel, do you want to take us home?
Sure. This is the part that we, as a committee, looked at. We added as defined by state law because we know that state law changes in a very rapid pace. And so there are times when it is important to just say that we will follow the law and reinstate that publicly, as opposed to trying to keep catching the moving target of what that law is. In addition, this is where we added the line in about the board secretary ensuring that parties who send written communication to the board receive a response on behalf of the board. So to be clear, that language was very intentional to say that the board secretary is responsible for making sure that it happens. That doesn't mean that they necessarily would be the one to write it every time. If, for example, it is a delicate legal situation, the superintendent may respond on behalf, and in that case, the secretary has fulfilled their obligation to ensure that it has been done. So that was
Okay.
an intentional language I want to point out to everyone.
Great. Daisha.
Okay,
Oh, wait, I need a second before you go. Sorry. Is there a second on
Oh,
Rachel's
I
motion?
didn't actually make a motion.
You didn't actually
I would like to make a motion to approve the language in policy committee proposed revision to paragraph 3, and that is the black and green text.
Okay, George is seconding. Okay, now you may go, Daisha.
Okay, so I appreciate the end adding that. I think it's great to make sure that the community knows that we are receiving their communication. My question is the part about post all legal notices. I didn't realize the secretary's the one that does that. From some of my research, it feels like this is like maybe old law or old practice, old policies, I guess. It's not in the law. So help me understand why this is something, or I guess George, help me know. What are you doing to post all legal notices? Because I thought administration was posting all legal notices.
It's ensuring that it is done. It's the secretary's responsibility to make sure that that is being done. It's not, he's not physically taping them to the door.
Okay, but it says, just so you know, post all legal notices. It doesn't say ensure that it is done. So it's just, to me, is just, sorry. To me, that's why I had pulled it out in my recommendation, is because it's not something that he's actually, that the secretary, currently George, is doing. So why put that in our policy?
It was recommended by legal.
Right, but we don't have to do everything legal says, and it's not law, so.
Okay, any other discussion on that issue?
I agree. I think the practice should be aligned with the policy we are proposing. So if we don't do what we say, we shouldn't say it.
Okay, hang on, George is next, then David, then Rachel.
So a lot of these and similar policies and laws are written so that the office mentioned has the ultimate responsibility for the action. They don't necessarily have to do the action.
Okay,
And that's an assumption that goes back several hundred years.
David?
I'd like to amend the motion to modify the language, post all legal notices, is changed to ensure that all legal notices are posted.
Okay.
I will second that.
Ensure, who is that? Rachel?
Rachel.
Okay, ensure all posted. Hang on. Okay. Is there any discussion on amending that? Okay, I'm going to start the vote.
That,
So we're amending the word post all legal notices to ensure all legal notices are posted.
does the legal notices
That's
include
what
the
it says.
minutes?
I don't know. Is that a legal notice?
Legal notices would be notifications of meetings.
Okay. Okay.
So the minutes.
Like meetings and hearings, those,
The ones on the front door.
But
George is
where-
gonna come over here
Where
and
do
tape
we
them
cover
personally.
the minutes part?
I am going to put on leather breeches and a tricorn hat and stand on the box. and-
Hear ye. Yeah, okay. So
keeping of
posting the
minutes, I
legal
believe, is inside
notices.
of communication, or community, but I can't
Maybe hearing.
go find it right now.
So that's a big part of
Minutes
job
are
that-
covered in our policies specifically.
So we are not there yet, but it will be.
Correct.
Minutes will absolutely be covered as part of our policy. I can go look it up.
YouTube will still need to vote.
But we don't want to describe that in this role. for
Not
the
on
secretary.
this exact wording, because we're just voting on post all notices and striking that and making it ensure all legal notices are posted. So the sentence we're replacing doesn't include anything about the minutes, so let's leave the minutes aside for now until we get to the part with the minutes, okay?
Okay, so we will address that in a different.
Some other
policy.
time.
Correct.
Okay, thanks for
Okay,
the
you bet.
clarification.
And if we get to the end of the B and there's not minutes addressed, I believe there are, but if for some reason there's not, we can double back and figure out where it belongs.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, we're waiting on two people to hit their buttons. There we go. Okay, we will make it ensure all legal notices are posted. I'm going to put that in the thing.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the policy committee proposed revision to paragraph 6. There's only one. Oh, I'm sorry. Are we? Oh, we're still
on
voting on the,
3.
sorry.
Yeah, we have to
I'm trying to,
finish 3. I know you are. Okay, but we've had a motion and a second. We've revised it. So now we're going to go ahead and vote on paragraph 3 as amended, correct?
yes.
Okie dokie.
So we already voted on the blue text for paragraph 3?
No, we haven't had a motion on that.
No, no motion. All right.
Okay, so paragraph 3 as amended. Okay, one more. Is it me? No.
So, sorry, I would like to have a clarification. So we passed the green revision and we passed the
Amendment.
proposal that David proposed.
Yep.
What are we doing now?
We're voting on.
Voting to
the
pass
paragraph
it with the amendment.
The whole
No,
paragraph
Just the paragraph.
3.
Just that
Correct.
paragraph,
Mhm.
but with David's amendment.
Correct.
So
Right.
we went back to.
Paragraph
to the
3
whole paragraph.
as amended. There you go.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okey doke.
Okay.
Now, one more.
I would like to make a motion that we pass policy committee proposed revision to paragraph 6. As explanation, we felt that this paragraph was succinct and to the point, but we changed the word problems to issues. We did not want to presuppose that something required legal intervention was a problem. It could just be a general question. So that's the reason for that revision.
Okay, is there a second? George, thank you. Any discussion on, yep, Beisha.
So I had made the recommendation for changes, which is really just that last 2 sentences is what I'm recommending to be added. The reason for this is I think it needs to be very clear in our policy so that all is informed of the proper use of this authority. We have had misinformation given to board members in the past about who is allowed to talk to legal counsel, who's not, how those communications work. So I believe this needs to be included so that it's very clear so that no board members can be misinformed of how that works. So I move to amend paragraph 3 to include the blue. Oh, paragraph 6, thank you. Paragraph 6 to include the blue, which actually I think matches everything else except for the last 2 sentences.
Is there a second? Lawrence seconds. Okay, go ahead, Rachel.
Well, there's a couple of different reasons. We did talk about this language that was put in. One of them is there's a financial repercussion to all board members pelleting legal counsel with questions. And also be reminded that legal counsel is obliged to advise us on the law, not to navigate disputes among different board members. And so in a desire to perhaps retain a healthy relationship with legal counsel, the idea was that a common voice through board leadership, through our superintendent to legal counsel would provide for the most efficient, best utilization of that resource. Also, it is a very slippery slope to require that legal counsel provide information to all board members in the case of human resources law, different employment complaints, or different student concerns. It is not appropriate for board members to have all communication from legal counsel and could actually expose us to considerable liability. So I would strongly recommend against doing that, and that is the reason why we've left the language as it is.
Okay, any other discussion? Daisha?
So to address the first comment about board members directing questions, so I actually reached out to several board presidents in other school districts wondering about this because we have had this issue in the past. And they very clearly said legal counsel works for all board members. It's not just the president or anyone else. And I feel like the way things work is if, for example, we had a situation where Mrs. Austin did spend a considerable amount of money from the school district to talk to legal counsel, that was public information. We talked about it. And so that will be shared. And that's how that's supposed to work, that if a board member is misusing school funds, then you can share that. So that part,
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Are you saying I misused school funds in talking to board representation?
It came up in a past meeting about the 200, I won't give a number, several $100s because you were arguing with legal counsel on what open door law means for interactions.
Mrs. Austin, if I could interject here, as I reminded everybody on the board, this is not a forum to nitpick or critique any current or past board presidents. This is a forum in which we would determine the best course of action and process for our policies going forward. So I would just caution that maybe going down a critique of other previous actions, no matter how strongly you feel about them, is not constructive to the outcome of passing policies.
Appreciate that reminder. Is anyone else interested in speaking to the blue?
So I'm going to make the comment on the last, so that was the second to last sentence, why I think that's important. The last sentence, I think Rachel has a very valid point. It needs to be reworded. My purpose of submitting that was because we've had in the past where some legal counsel recommendations were only shared with certain board members. And so that would need to be reworded. We could spend time rewording it right now, but if we're going to just have a 4-3 vote, I don't know if we really need to spend time. So rewording that since it seems, but if someone is actually interested in making those changes outside of the 3, any of the others, then I do think we want to reword that, but I will leave it where it's at for right now to save time.
Okay, George and then David.
So just to be clear, and I know we've talked about this before, but legal counsel does not represent us individually or us as a unit. They represent the entire corporation as a whole. And under the way school corporations are organized and administered, the superintendent is the day-to-day manager. And thus, they would do the day-to-day managing of the council corporation relationship. Now, as duly elected public servants, we have the right to go to legal counsel and ask them things. But I will second what Rachel said. That will get very expensive and very contentious very quickly, and if it happens too often, it is a great way to get dropped as a client.
Anybody else? David? Yep.
I just wanted to point out that the policy committee proposed revisions are ones that all three of us on the policy committee agreed on. Across every single one here, we all fully agreed in those meetings that those were what we wanted to put forward as a group.
Rachel?
I do also want to commend Lawrence, though. He is very open to having these discussions in a public forum, and I appreciate that he's offering seconds to some of this blue language to allow that conversation to happen. But I agree with David. We do, as a policy committee, there's nothing in these policies that we, as a group of three and our administrators, felt was, that was what we put forward as a suggested edit.
Okay. Anybody else? Lawrence?
Yeah, just quick comments. So regarding these blue proposals, I think it's pretty good. But the only thing I think George and Rachel have a pretty valid concerns regarding the cost. I mean, we don't want to send people ask a question for the legal counsel. Maybe we can modify this blue one, like direct questions through superintendent to legal counsel or something, which is pretty much mirror what our current practice. So we have questions to consolidate to superintendent. Superintendent contact with our legal counsels and then back rally to all of us. So everybody on the same page.
Are you moving to
So-
amend the blue?
Yeah, I would like amend to say authorize to direct question to superintendent for any legal issues.
Okay, where are you
I'll
at? Board
communicate
members are
with-
authorized to direct questions to the superintendent. Is that correct? Direct questions to the superintendent
For any legal issues.
for
For
Any
any
legal
legal
issues.
issues.
Could we
So-
read sentence 1, though, in that same paragraph? Because it says that as I'm reading it.
the board shall appoint legal counsel to advise, or I'm sorry, the board may appoint a legal counsel to advise the board and the superintendent and others as designated by the superintendent on specific legal issues and to make such recommendations as required.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. I feel like it addresses that. I don't know. It could be more literal, I suppose, but
David?
So there is a motion on the floor. Let's address that first. and
Okay,
then
is there
I-
a second on Lawrence's motion to amend the blue text? Is that Daisha? Okay, is there any discussion on that, David?
Yes. We cannot have that language in there in case, I'm going to say 30 years from now, past when Dr. Greiner is here, so that it's not an example about him. If the legal issue is about the superintendent and we have in our policies that we are required to go through the superintendent, and it's a legal issue about the superintendent,
that's correct.
we cannot do that.
Okay,
That's
Okay.
correct.
all right,
Correct. Good
Daisha?
point.
My view is Lawrence's recommendation is not saying board members are not allowed to do that. So I mean, he's just recommending that we write down what our practice is right now. And my big message is just, I don't like this imbalance of power of board members, and that's what I would like to see changed. And so that addresses that as well.
Yep, we know. Okay, David, did you, no? Okay, Rachel?
Nope.
Everybody's looking at me. Yue, go ahead.
I would like to have a clear understanding about the procedure. Let's say a board member has questions for the legal counsel, and the board member will direct the questions to Sean, then Sean will decide whether he will forward that question to the legal counsel, or will the rest of the board play any role in this process, or
think
it's
Rachel
up to
has
Sean to decide?
I think Rachel has an answer for you.
I just want to remind everyone that we are not solely dependent upon our retained legal counsel. Every member of the board is a member of the Indiana School Board Association, and has access to legal resource through that as well for general information questions that don't cost us any money. So it's not as though we have no opportunity to grow in our understanding either through board member development, programming, or direct inquiries to legal counsel there. That said, as I have seen it work in a very healthy way, it is, this issue has come up, we have a question, it happens often with the policy committee where we say, hey, you know, we're not sure, we'd like to understand what the law says to us on this. Dr. Griner forwards that question to legal counsel immediately answers us, and then we adjust the language to match what legal counsel says. That is a much more efficient and productive way to do it than us saying, okay, Lawrence is going to email that question, and then I'm going to go, I don't like the answer, so I'm going to go ask another question. It just is a streamlined approach to utilizing our resource of retained legal counsel.
Okay. Anything
And I
else?
think, I just think blue, the language in blue is really an attempt to put additional controls on what those communications look like. I actually agree with Mrs. Mumford that it is important that the board be informed about everything that they can and should be informed about. Unlike Mrs. Mumford, I don't feel that there has been a concern with that in the past, but we can have a difference of opinion there. This is about structuring the policy that will work, at least for the immediate future.
Okay. George, did you have something?
Just to say that no matter what other changes are made to the blue version of paragraph 6, the last sentence of paragraph 6 makes it a no-go for me for various legal and logistical reasons.
Okay. Yue.
First, I'd like to follow up with what Rachel said about the Indiana School Board's legal counsel. I feel that's a great resource. We should use it as much as we can.
They don't-
Because it's free for us, and we
It
pay.
is not free. We've already paid.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, we already paid, right? So
Yes.
we don't be charged more.
Correct.
But for our own lawyer, besides the regular things covered by the retainer, we have to pay more.
Correct.
So unless we have to consult them, otherwise we don't need to. So we can save money that way. And so still, I feel the part of language, we talk about the process, but I feel it's not that clear yet. I would like to propose more to table it, so we fix the language. We don't need to do it on site right now. And the last thing, also for the last sentence in the blue paragraph, I wonder whether we can change it in a way that basically if the information from the legal counsel is available so it should be consistent for all the board members. Shouldn't be, okay, available to some board members but not others. Basically, that'll be fine. In the case when we shouldn't have access to it, then nobody should have access to it. I guess that's probably should be the way it is. And then now I cannot phrase that sentence very well, but if we have time to do it later, and it would be helpful.
Okay, that was 7 different ideas. Which one are you making a motion on?
What?
Are you making a motion?
Yeah, my motion is to table this policy.
Okay.
So we have time to fix it. And
Is there a
rather than
second?
discussing this right now.
Okay, Yui moved to table, Daisha moved to second. So we are voting on whether or not to table this policy. Okay, we got one more person. There we go. So that fails.
We're back to the blue
3
paragraph.
to
Now we're back to
4.
Lawrence's.
Now
Oh.
now we're back to amend the blue to say direct questions to the superintendent for legal issues. Okay, so is there any more discussion on that? Yue,
So that means it will be Sean's call to decide whether he will forward whatever question to the legal counsel or when we
we are
direct our
changing the
questions
blue
to-
words to say direct questions to, why is it dark? Sorry, it just went all dim. It says all board members are authorized to direct questions to the legal counsel, and instead Lawrence has proposed it say all board members are authorized to direct questions to the superintendent for legal issues. That's the change we're voting on right now.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
that implies that Sean will decide whether he will forward that question to the legal counsel, right? Is that
I
the
guess,
implication?
yeah.
Lawrence, can you clarify your wording?
Yeah, I think we just have
Can you turn your microphone on?
I think we need a connection, basically work with the legals, and the superintendent is I think the best person. And he's also, what we are doing, and it's pretty good, current practice. So I think that's my purpose with that proposal.
Okay. Any other questions or comments about this?
I
Daisha?
mean, I can try it, so we can say what, if I understand what you're trying to say, one way to say it is board members may submit questions for legal counsel through the superintendent, who will coordinate with legal counsel to ensure appropriate and consistent communication.
That
Is
would be a different motion. Let's stay with,
Well, I'm trying to find out, because there was some confusion with Lawrence's, if he would like to do that wording or his wording, it was just a question.
I do think we need to figure out what Lawrence's wording is, and
okay. I,
We can work on that first, and then.
No,
Is
she
this
was
helpful to do that, or do you like the way you said it, which is totally fine? I'm just trying to, this is one way, board members may submit questions for legal counsel through the superintendent, who will coordinate with legal counsel to ensure appropriate and consistent communication.
I can use that. I think that.
can you repeat that very slowly?
Do you want me to email it to you? Is that easier, or
No.
just repeat it? Board members
All board members.
may submit questions for legal counsel through the superintendent,
SEL through, okay,
who will coordinate, just with legal counsel, sorry, to ensure appropriate and consistent communication.
okay. And Lawrence, you're amending your motion to say what Daisha just said?
Yeah, I can use
Okay. So amend the blue to in file. All right. Any discussion on that?
I just want to point out that this does not work if the problem is the superintendent, not that you'll be a problem.
It doesn't say it's required, it says it may.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and start the vote. Okay, that motion fails.
Okay, then I would like to make a motion to fix that final sentence so that there's no confusion. So tell
In
me
the
when
green or the blue?
in the blue, that last sentence that we talked about with the communication.
Okay,
So I move to have it say, all communications from legal counsel that are accessible to individual board members shall be equally shared with all board members.
accessible to,
Individual board members shall be equally shared with all board members. Sorry, with all board members.
okay. All right, Daisha has made a motion to amend to what she just said. Is there a second? Lawrence is seconding. Is there discussion?
I agree with the content, but I wonder whether we can rephrase it into all the board members should have equal access to the communication from legal counsel. So just reverse it to the active rather than passive.
Okay,
So just
Daisha, is that acceptable? Okay, repeat the words that you want to strike then, please.
all board members should have equal access to the communication from the legal counsel.
Is that the full sentence?
Yes.
Should have
Equal
access.
to the communication from the legal counsel.
I wish I knew shorthand.
So basically, if it's inappropriate for us to access it, nobody can access it.
See, but that doesn't work in practice. There are certain scenarios in which the superintendent and a healthy board superintendent relationship would inform the board chair or solicit the board chair's opinion on what is the best course of action. You are effectively putting a wall with this proposal between the superintendent and the board chair and restricting the superintendent's access to their board. I just want to remind everyone, we vote to elect the board chair. If we don't like what they're doing, we change that. But that doesn't mean we change policy to micromanage how that relationship works. We're tying our superintendent's hands in being able to communicate on sensitive matters that happen. And I can say this as a former board chair. There were times when Dr. Griner just needed to call me and say, this is what is going on. What do you think is appropriate? This is what I can share. What should I share? And what should that timing look like? It's an important dynamic.
So
Is there a second on UA's?
I second it.
Okay.
And to clarify, I have asked past legal practice if there's anything that a board president is supposed to know that board members are not, and I was told that there is not. So that's the basis behind this recommendation.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else have a comment? UA?
So I feel for that, what the scenario that Rachel described, maybe it can be solved by the superintendent to share the nature of the problem, but not necessarily the content of the communication. So I feel that's okay. But once they decided, oh, yes, I'll share this communication, the legal counsel's communication with the chair, then the superintendent should share that with everyone. But the preparation for that, I'm okay with it.
Okay. Anybody else have anything to say on this one? Okay, we are currently voting on the motion to amend the last sentence of the blue text to say all board members should have equal access to the communication from legal counsel. Go ahead and cast your votes, please. Oh, look at that, you all did. Okay, that fails. Okay, we are moving backwards in time now to the original, oh my goodness, the original motion. What number is this?
Text paragraphs.
Okay.
According to what I have so far, none of the proposed changes passed.
Correct. So we're going to the whole green A125 with the rescission of
Whole blue
problems.
You have to do the whole blue text
The whole
first.
blue text first. Okay, word. Okay. Who wants to make a motion on that, just so we have one?
It's already on the table.
We already did. Okay, let's go ahead and vote. That's fun. Cool. So we're voting on the blue proposed revision. Okay. Okay, one more. Okay, now we're back to the green.
So that proposal I put on the table, and I would just like to remind everyone that we're going to get through the rest of these B policies. We're all going to be looking at those next month, and I just would encourage everyone to consider that this is one out of a whole series of policies. We can double back if we need to double back.
Okay, so we are voting on green paragraph 6. Green paragraph 6, as presented with
Yeah, this one.
the word issues instead of problems.
So without adding anything
Correct.
that we proposed so far.
Correct, none of those passed. I think we're waiting on Lawrence. Yep, green paragraph 6. Uh-oh, what happened?
You
Yeah.
broke it, Lawrence.
Okay, the green paragraph 6 passed. So now I need a motion for the entire B125 with the changes.
I'd like to make a motion to approve policy B125 as discussed tonight.
Okay, a second?
Amended, yes.
Second by Lawrence. Is there any more discussion that needs to take place? Cool. I will start the vote. Okay, that one passes 5-2. Spiffy. Okay, that was an exercise in note-taking. I am going to read for the record the policies that we are doing the first reading on. B150, organizational meeting, Board of Finance and Committees. B175, functions. B200, membership. B225, board meetings. B250, school board member ethics. C100, entrance age and requirements. C125, determination of legal settlement and eligibility for enrollment of students without legal settlement in the corporation. C150, homeless students enrollment rights and services. C175, student attendance, academic engagement, and truancy prevention. And C200, anti-bullying. All of those have officially been first readinged, and any board member who has suggestions about those is encouraged to email the entire board by no later than September 20th at noon. There was a suggestion made by Dr. Yin that we make the subject line of the email consistent so that we can find them more easily. So I would like to say policy, letter and number, suggestion, and that can be the thing. Rachel.
I just want to caution all board members as you look through these policies, and I want to say it out loud for community members who might review these drafts. Down at the bottom of every one of these policies, you will see IC and a series of numbers. That indicates that there is legal code attached to these. This next section that we're getting into, entrance age, homeless students, student attendance, et cetera, it is very heavily dictated by the state. There's a lot of code attached to that. So please just be aware it is not a whole lot of room on some of these for what needs to be said to be compliant with the law. Also, I would just like to ask the fellow board members, we had a discussion in policy committee about trying to move through 10 new policies every month to try and expedite our process. I know that this takes a lot of time. By David's calculation, if we do 10 a month, we will still be at this for a year, roughly. And so I understand that that's a burden. Our administrative team have very graciously agreed that whatever number we throw at them, they will make happen so that we can get this done. So really, it's on us to just keep her moving. Keep in mind also that we're still expecting recommendations for updates and modifications from legal counsel and policies that we already have in place, and we may have to jump some of those things ahead in order to stay compliant with the law.
Thank you. And there are no points for having the most revisions. Okay, Dr. Greiner, you're still here. Would you like to give us your superintendent report, please?
In the spirit of respecting the board's time, I will not provide a board report tonight and include any updates in my Friday notes. Mrs. Cronk, would you please report on accounts payable and fund reports?
Yeah, claims for the period of August 2nd through September 3rd total $4,720,610, including regular corporation expenses and the Wabash Valley Education Center expenses. Of this amount, $2,420,355 were paid towards wages, salaries, and benefits. I provide the final fund report for July 2025 in your board packets. Total cash on hand in all funds was $29,598,470. The education fund had a cash balance of $7,416,053. Cash flow through the month of July, showing the flow of revenue and expenses for the education referendum and operations fund, is also included.
Thank you very much. I will start with my report from the RDC. Board teacher discussion was canceled because everybody's happy. The RDC approved paying for a preliminary design plan to add restrooms and water fountains to Lummel Park in Barberry Heights, which would have made my life a lot easier when my kids were small. And the ISBA IAPSS collective bargaining webinar was on August 26th, and it made me very grateful for our very competent central office experts who can do this with one hand tied behind their backs, because I understood about 2/3. George. Your committee update, yeah.
Yeah, just a couple items. The Indiana State Legislative Session has been over for a while, so no reports there. There are two new important federal items. The soon-to-be deconstructed Department of Education has also canceled the Blue Ribbon Schools program. So unless something changes, no funding will be allocated to that, and there will be no more Blue Ribbon schools named by the Department of Education moving forward. So West Lafayette Elementary may be the last for the foreseeable future. The Supreme Court also issued an emergency ruling in favor of law enforcement being able to use the appearance of race and spoken language as basis for reasonable suspicion for a police stop. This was done in the context of the ICE invasion of Los Angeles, but the implications of the Supreme Court decision means it could affect anyone, anywhere who appears to be a racial minority or speaking a language other than English in the presence of police. So this is something that everyone needs to be aware of. And just on a personal note, I am now offering open office hours to any patron who wants to come and speak to me on the Mondays of board meetings starting at 4 o'clock until the board meeting starts. So take the opportunity to come down, say hello, and ask anything you feel like you need to ask.
Okay, Lawrence, go ahead.
Yeah, just quick, I really appreciate today we, school board work together, so we finished 7 policies. We do the policy through, follow the rubber rule, and we handle that in a professional way. I really appreciate everybody. Another things I would say, recognize, appreciate is Rachel and the whole, and David, the whole policy committee. We work together. It's really a nice experience. Especially Rachel have background information regarding the Neola policy and also new policies, very good. And also David dedicated several hours to work in the morning at 7:30. And also our school administrations, they come here very early. So there are a lot of insight and practicals. So that's really should be recognized and appreciate. So appreciate that. And I also joined the collective bargaining seminars, and there's some update of legal things. So I will have the report in the box, so anybody interested can take a look. Another appreciation is our Secretary George. I think she sent out several emails from the reply to patrons in professional and neutral ways. As a representative of our whole board, I think that's really, really nice communications with our communications, and these words to be recognized. So I really appreciate that. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you, and I appreciate all your very helpful suggestions on how to run this meeting. It went much better than I expected. Daisha.
Public Schools Foundation, the cupcake run is September 21st, so mark your calendar. New this year are teams. If you get 10 members on your team, you can get a $100 mini grant that can go to a school to purchase recess and PE equipment. So if you decide to sign up, we've had lots of staff members and students participate in the past. Sign up as a team so that we can help our PE departments.
Thanks. David.
Parks and Rec has been pretty light. The pool, the Wellness Center was recently, the flooring around it was recently redone. It finished a week ahead of time, and we're able to open, or do a soft reopening. And then also Case and Family Park, still opportunities if people want to dedicate benches and other parts by making a donation.
Thank you. Rachel.
So from the West Lafayette Ed Foundation, they're hosting their annual tailgate on Friday, September 26th at the Cumberland Park Pavilion. They're expecting nearly 80 alumni and guests from the class of 1975 who are celebrating their 50th class reunion that weekend. The Will S. Nature Center, in memory of Colin Kippenbrock, is nearly complete, and students have already been using that space and are really enjoying it. Tomorrow, the 9th, the Ed Foundation is hosting the Indiana Association of Public Education Foundations at Central Office for their fall regional meeting. 20 public school education foundations, directors, and staff will participate in professional development opportunity led by our board member and West Lafayette parent, Tanya Finkbeiner. The foundation is very grateful to Dr. Greiner and the corporation staff for accommodating that and allowing us to be a leader among foundations. And finally, there is a confirmed date for the retiree luncheon to be held at the Whitaker Inn on Tuesday, October 28th. It's always a fun annual event where our retirees get together and have some great conversation and fellowship together. Finally, those of you who are attending the ISBA conference on September 15th and 16th, I will see you there. The app is available for you now, so you can download it and pre-plan your educational sessions for different formation. Also, if you are planning to arrive on Sunday evening, know that there is a Colts game at 4 p.m., so you will want to adjust your schedules accordingly. Not a good time to drive in downtown Indy.
I was not aware of that. Thank you very much.
You are very welcome.
UA, go ahead.
No update from Glass so far, and I several things to comment on. First, for the policy discussion, you mentioned that we should label it in the subject line when we propose any suggestions, and so I just want to iterate that suggestion. Because so far when we propose any changes with the different subject lines, it's hard to track the discussion and we cannot build on each other's input. And so, yeah, in particular, probably we should all just write policy, then space, no space, 20 or something, just 25, like a very consistent way. That way, when we do the email search, we can easily locate all the emails around that topic. Another thing is regarding George's initiative of having the office hour every month right before the board meeting. I think it's a great idea for the board to listen to the community. And actually, when Rachel was the chair before, we had that every once a month on a Saturday morning. But at that time, we actually, the whole board are involved. We take turn to sign up, and so every time we have 3 people only as to meet so to make sure that we are not over 4, we are not over 3. So I wonder in this George's case, for example, if multiple board members want to come and join the conversation, listen to what the community has to say, how do we coordinate? And should we make it the board effort or just individual board members do it? And then if so, how do we report back if the community has some feedback? And so I feel, I need some clarification because I also wish to listen to what they have to say, and so we can improve the district and make it better for students.
George?
What I'm doing is not an official board action, and that was by design to avoid any problems with quorum or unauthorized meetings. So if any 1 or 2 of other board members want to also come on down, and I have them here in this room. So if anybody else wants to come down and participate, that's fine. But we do need to be mindful that we're not having an unscheduled board meeting as a result of too many of us being here. And this is also just simply something that I said that I would do during my initial campaign. And so this is just me fulfilling a promise. I'm not doing any official action on behalf of the board by doing this.
So are you welcoming other board members to join you then? Because many people actually want to hear what the community has to say. Today when I came a bit earlier than Amy and David and you are already here. I'm become the number 4. But fortunately today nobody else were here, and we are not discussing anything important, but I feel it can be risky, and because unless we every time people sign up with you, make sure we.
People don't sign up with me, they just stop by.
I mean, the board members.
So
Amy and I were just here because we got here 15 minutes early for the board meeting. We weren't part of his.
I'm going to be coming from work. I'm never going to be one of the conflicts. So
Why
don't
don't-
worry, you're down to just 6.
Why don't you and George discuss this after the meeting?
Then let's say, are we all allowed to
Not all
host
of
those
us.
office hours? So let's say if I point a certain day, time,
You are
announce it
welcome
in
to
the
do that.
community, say, certain days you welcome to
I will
comes to the
say
board
that
meeting?
when I did this, I did not intend to coordinate with anybody else on the board, and that was by design. But because I'm using this room, which does belong to all of us, anybody else is welcome to come. But if we do have the rare case where 4 of us decide to show up at once, I may have to do it in the hallway or the front vestibule to avoid,
Sit in the car.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I
everybody,
think
so just
we
to
can
clarify,
discuss
everybody
this
is
offline.
welcome to
Yes.
host the office hour here
Sure.
in the boardroom and
You would have
to
to
meet
coordinate
the-
that with Dr. Greiner
Okay.
and Roberta if it's any time other than the hour before the meeting.
Okay,
Okay.
that's great, thank you.
You're welcome. Speaking of the next meeting, it will be on Monday, October 6th, which is the first Monday because of fall break. And the work session will not be public. We're going to have a closed executive session to review the safety plan. So it will just be us on the board. At 5 o'clock here to review the safety plan, and then 6 o'clock for the regular meeting. And then the following week is fall break. And with that, I will take a motion to adjourn. Rachel and George, okay. Let's do buttons, start. Yes, please. Hey, that's the fastest one we've done all night. Have a good evening.